I can see parking spaces around City Hall are at a premium today, and for good reason. I want to call the meeting to order of the City Council of College Station. It is 3 p.m. on February 26, 2026. And from what I understand, we're going to open this part of the meeting, which is a presentation of Employee of the Year nominees and recognition of others with a video, and then we'll call upon Colin Killian to fill in after that. But let's start with video. This is for the citizens. Health, safety, and welfare is the foundation of what cities are all about.
Hot chocolate or walk the entire parade route handing out candy.
Ready? 3, 2, 1.
Hot chocolate.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was the third female pilot qualified to fly in the B-52. And about 8 months ahead of me in the pipeline was a woman named Lisa callsign Grizzly Adams. She had been the second.
David Brown, Community Service.
Everything good that happens in this city happens because of the 1,000-plus people we have that work for the city, and this is a great opportunity to celebrate all of those 1,000-plus people, but also the those that have been selected for recognition and awards. And therefore, I will introduce Colin Killian, and he will do the announcing for this. I will remind those of us on the dais that after the award ceremony, there'll be a reception, and we will reconvene up here 15 minutes after the beginning of the reception to launch our executive session agenda. But now is time for the recognitions and awards. Colin, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Nichols. We invite you and City Manager Brian Woods to come down to the front. Today, we recognize the City of College Station's 2025 Employee of the Year nominees and City Impact and Leadership Award recipients. First, our Employee of the Year. 11 individuals were nominated by their peers, and the nominations were reviewed and judged by the city's executive leadership team. In alphabetical order, here are your nominees. As I announce your name, please come up to the front. Anthony Ant Aranda, Parks and Recreation. Known as a turf nerd in his role as a grounds worker, Anthony takes tremendous pride in maintaining the city's athletic fields, and his enthusiasm, attention to detail, and commitment to excellence reflect a strong sense of personal responsibility and teamwork. In the absence of his crew leader, he stepped up to guide the team, maintaining productivity and ensuring tasks were completed. Anthony also showed personal initiative and a genuine commitment to excellence by earning his pesticide applicator license, a credential not required by his position. His work ethic and dedication show that one person's effort can make a meaningful and positive difference. Josh Carrera, Fire Department. Josh Carrera, Fire Department. A firefighter paramedic, Josh leads the Swiftwater Rescue Team and represents the fire department on Swiftwater Task Force deployments across the state. For 7 days in June, he deployed with Texas A&M Task Force 1 as an incident command technician for Swiftwater deployments in North Texas. A month later, Josh deployed for 17 days with other CSFD members to respond to the devastating flooding in Kerr County through the Texas Interstate Fire Mutual Aid System. He also arranged boat operations training at Lake Bryan and the raging Brazos River when its levels were higher than normal. Josh's dedication and willingness to be the first to offer a helping hand inspire everyone around him. Anita Dorsey, Fiscal Services. As controller, Anita was instrumental in fiscal services earning the Trailblazer Transparency Award from the Texas Comptroller in 2025, placing College Station among only 11 cities to earn all 6 transparency stars. She also guided the city through a historic sales tax audit, resulting in zero taxes due for the first time ever, and led her team to complete the annual comprehensive financial report and audit in record time. Anita is a transformative leader whose dedication, innovation, and commitment to transparency have significantly enhanced the city's financial integrity and public trust. She models personal responsibility and demonstrates integrity in every aspect of her work. Eric Chapman, Economic Development and Tourism. As the Northgate District Supervisor, Eric demonstrates strong judgment and problem-solving skills, and his ability to act decisively in complex or high-pressure situations sets him apart. A prime example was leading a rapid, effective response to last summer's massive bird migration. He also helped implement bike lanes on Nagel Street, relocated the Park Mobile Zone to improve accessibility and business turnover, and coordinated with the police department and IT to expand camera coverage and enhance public safety. Eric's attention to detail, leadership, and commitment to the Northgate District consistently exemplify the city's core values. Isaiah Easy Hernandez, IT. Communications Services Coordinator Isaiah Hernandez has led IT's Communications Division with distinction, earning project success through strategic planning and coordination. He collaborates across departments, future-proofs the city's infrastructure, and exemplifies the city's core values in every initiative. Isaiah's key accomplishments in 2025 included completing the fiber ring from the police department to the radio tower, moving the radio system to the Greens Prairie Water Tower, and completing the fiber traffic signals connection on FM 2818. He also disconnected unused copper lines, saving significant city resources. Isaiah embodies respect, accountability, and service excellence. Stacy Lee, Electric. Electric Compliance Officer Stacy Lee is a respected authority in a complex regulatory environment, and her institutional knowledge, technical expertise, and commitment to operational excellence have made her a leader across the ERCOT system. She helped the Public Utility Commission shape statewide compliance regulations and ensured that CSU maintained its diamond-level safety award. Stacy also enhanced transparency by publishing the emergency load shedding procedure on the city website and developed a standardized line locate policy to improve safety and coordination. Stacy's trusted leadership protects the city, supports employees, and contributes to the electric industry. Andre Mabel, Police Department. In 2025, Detective Mabel handled 110 cases, wrote 126 reports, made 23 arrests, and successfully cleared several complex organized criminal activity investigations. Her work included leading multi-suspect investigations, coordinating with SWAT, and helping to dismantle a local criminal network selling illegal Glock switches. In addition to her investigative strength, she has shown compassion and professionalism, notably using her crisis intervention team training to divert a troubled juvenile suspect to mental health services. Detective Mabel joined the department as a patrol officer in 2009, and her longstanding commitment, community ties, and consistent excellence have made her an outstanding asset, not only to the department, but to the entire community. Eric Watkins, Capital Projects. Facilities Maintenance Supervisor Eric Watkins exemplifies exceptional service through projects such as designing and managing the installation of the new selfie post at the iHeart Aggieland sign and overseeing LED lighting conversions at multiple city facilities. In 2025, he demonstrated remarkable leadership by overseeing the completion of 1,135 work orders while working alongside his crews to resolve complex maintenance challenges. His calm, professional demeanor, along with clear communication and responsiveness, ensures that facility needs are treated as a priority. Eric reflects the city's core values through his integrity, teamwork, and commitment to doing what is right. Kenneth Wells, Water Services. As acting interim lead operator, Kenneth is a humble and steady presence who reliably responds to emergency calls, ensuring uninterrupted water service to the community during unexpected critical situations. His extensive experience, strong work ethic, and professionalism make him a trusted mentor who supports and trains colleagues while fostering a collaborative team environment. Kenneth approaches each day with a positive attitude, greeting others with a smile and a willingness to help. His longevity, institutional knowledge, and willingness to step up when needed truly exemplify the highest standards of public service. Rainey Whitwell, Planning and Development Services. Rainey consistently goes above and beyond her role as Community Development Analyst, leading major initiatives such as the 5-year Consolidated Plan, Annual Action Plan, and multiple federal reporting requirements. She managed critical programs, including the Home Investment Partnership American Resource Plan Program, tenant-based rental assurance, and more, while resolving a major Section 108 discrepancy to ensure full compliance. Rainey's commitment to the well-being of our residents is evident through her swift coordination of emergency housing for a CSISD student and her proactive response during the SNAP benefit freeze. Her professionalism, innovation, and positive attitude have a significant impact on the community. Keisha Williams, Public Works. Fleet Services Staff Assistant Keisha Williams demonstrates exceptional dedication and initiative, managing the city's fuel system with precision while saving the taxpayer monies through strict compliance. She adapts seamlessly during facility upgrades, coordinating external resources to ensure smooth, efficient fueling operations, and responds to safety concerns with urgency to protect city staff and assets. Her proactive leadership, ownership of outcomes, and willingness to guide colleagues through complex processes make her a trusted mentor and collaborator. Known for her outstanding customer service, she supports anyone who contacts Fleet Services with timely communication and reliable solutions. Okay, how about another hand for all of our nominees? The City of College Station's Employee of the Year for 2025 is Andre Mabel, Police Department. Congratulations, Andre. Here's City Manager Brian Woods.
All right. Well, you can stand up here if you want to, or I'll let you sit down. Well, man, I'm fired up. What a fun council meeting. I wish they were all like this. So, this is one of my favorite days of the year. One, because you get to look back at not just these incredible people that are recognized today, but who they represent, which is the best organization in the country, as far as I'm concerned. It is always a great day to live in the city of College Station, and it is because of the employees of the city of College Station. So I used to make the same wrong movie quote every year, and I'm not going to do that anymore, but I am going to say that in an organization that is full of people who would be the best in any organization they were, these folks represent the top 1%. In many cases, they've been nominated and won awards throughout the year in their career. And I don't think it really does them justice to say they're even nominees here. They are winners. And then obviously we have one who just shone above everyone else this year. And I think most importantly, it gives all of us a chance to hear the individual impact that everyone in this organization makes. The real difference that you make in the community. And we could sit here as I look at the different faces of past winners and people who are probably going to win in the future and see all the incredible things you guys will do for this community. I am so incredibly proud to get to work with you. So congratulations to everyone. We have 2 more awards that also represent some incredible people in this organization, but what a great day, and thank you for everything you do.
And now for the City Impact Award, given by the City Manager's Office to an employee whose contributions made a meaningful and long-lasting impact on the community. Recipients are selected by the City Manager's Office. The 2025 City Impact Award recipient is Stephen Maldonado Jr., Assistant Director of Water Services. Stephen has been with the city since 2008. In 2025, he demonstrated his technical and communication skills in high-stakes negotiations in a regional groundwater export dispute with major implications for the city's long-term water supply planning. He worked closely with representatives and policymakers from College Station, Brazos County, the Texas A&M University System, the City of Bryan, and the Brazos Valley Groundwater Conservation District to ensure our interests were strongly represented. Throughout the process, city leadership relied on Stephen's technical insights and strategic recommendations. The resulting settlement reduced permitted exports by 50%, phased them over time, and secured over $180 million in mitigation funding. The successful outcome highlights Stephen's critical role in protecting College Station's long-term water resources and supporting collaborative decision-making across jurisdictions. Thank you, Stephen, for all you do. Our final recognition is the City Leadership Award, given by the City Manager's Office to a department director or assistant director who demonstrated outstanding leadership. Recipients are nominated by their peers on the executive leadership team and selected by the City Manager's Office. The 2025 City Leadership Award recipient is Emily Fisher, Director of Public Works. Emily has consistently demonstrated the admirable qualities of an engaged, thoughtful, and highly effective leader. The City Council frequently relies on Emily for insight and technical expertise, and her clarity and confidence ensure informed decision-making and strengthen trust among staff, elected officials, and the community we serve. Under Emily's leadership, turnover in Public Works has decreased, reflecting her commitment to a supportive work environment and cultivating a strong culture of accountability and professional growth. Emily actively engages her leadership team, promotes teamwork across divisions, and readily partners with other departments. Her willingness to assist others exemplifies the spirit of one city, one team. Colleagues consistently describe Emily as a team-first leader who ensures others have what they need to succeed, and her approach has earned wide respect across the organization. Emily has been with the city since 2013 and has served as the Director of Public Works since 2021. Congratulations, Emily. And congratulations again to each of our award winners and all the nominees. We all aspire to your degree of excellence. To conclude our ceremony, once again, here's Mr. Woods and Mayor Nichols.
I want to add my congratulations to all of you that have been recognized today and to all the employees of City College Station. It's been a great year, and next year, or this coming year, is going to be another great year. I believe we're going to adjourn for a reception outside, but if the city manager wants to say anything further, I will turn the microphone over to him. But he's shaking his head and he says, just go back to work and do a great job again this year. Thank you very much. Welcome to all of you to this meeting of the College Station City Council. I hereby announce that the date is February 26, 2026, and the time is 6:16 p.m. And no voter action was taken in executive session. Therefore, we return to the regular session. So allow me to finish filling out this form for the ages. I can't imagine who wants to see this, but somebody will want to know. Okay, we go back to the agenda, which, get the right page. Pledge of Allegiance, invocation, and consider absence requests. We have no absent requests, and Mr. Mike Armstrong, as the Fire Department chaplain, is here, and will do the invocation after the pledges. So remain standing after the pledges, please. Join me. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Chaplain Armstrong.
I invite you all to pray with me. Heavenly Father, look with mercy, we pray, upon this community of College Station, and bless this meeting of our City Council. Grant that these elected servants wisdom beyond their own, clarity in deliberation, patience in disagreement, and unity in all that serves the common good. Renew the bonds of charity that uphold our civic life. Continue to raise up among us honest and able leaders, faithful in their stewardship of the public trust. Give grace to our city management team and all who labor in daily governance of this city. Grant them diligence in their duties, integrity in their decisions, and perseverance in every good work. Deliver us from poverty, prejudice, oppression, that peace may prevail with righteousness and justice with mercy. We commend to your gracious care and keeping all who serve the city as first responders in fire and law enforcement, in emergency medicine, and in every unseen act of protection and service. Defend them day by day with your heavenly grace. Strengthen them in their trials and temptations. Give them courage to face the perils which beset them, and grant them a sure trust in your abiding presence wherever they may be called. Make us a people mindful of our neighbors, quick to seek the welfare of the city, and steadfast in hope. And at the last, bring us to your holy city, the New Jerusalem, where we shall know perfect unity and peace. I pray all these things through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Thank you, Chaplain Armstrong. We appreciate your service to the fire department and to us on this evening. We appreciate your contribution. All right, moving on with the agenda. After that, we have printed out, I'm not going to read it, the speaker protocol. For those of you that have not been here before, I hope you read it and follow it. There's a timer up there for 3 minutes. Just follow that, and keep in mind that you're speaking publicly, so be respectful, and we'll be happy to hear you. And we do have a number of people signed up to speak, so I will move to item 7 on the agenda, which is hear visitors. I have, it looks like 3, 6, 7 people, and I will start in the order that they were given to me. Former council member Linda Harvell is first, be followed by Dr. Cheryl Ann Peterson. Welcome back.
Well, howdy, y'all.
Welcome back.
Tanya had to help me set this 3-minute speech up, so I'm going to talk fast. But I live in College Park, the oldest neighborhood in College Station, and I'm here to talk trash. I'm going to be talking trash.
Trash, okay.
Trash. So right now, the city of College Station has taken on the responsibility of handling all of these gazillion million trash cans that are left out on the streets for literally weeks at a time. I'm here to request for the city council to stop babysitting these people, to turn that responsibility over to mommy and daddy, or the landlords, or the leasing agents, or whatever. And I would recommend that we have an amazing marketing department, Colin and his crew, let's do a marketing campaign aimed specifically at those people who gather revenue from their renters. And maybe it's make College Station clean again. But it is getting so bad, and I understand that you may be aware of it because of where you live, but y'all may not be exposed to it. As an example, the young guys behind me, they're great. You know, they get their trash out, they get it in, perfect. Young guys next to me in a home that's nearly $2 million, when they moved in, they asked, what's the trash schedule? And I told them. And I said, it has to be 12 hours before you bring it up. He said, well, I'm too lazy to bring the trash can in. I will give him credit, he did not lie. There's just something that has to be done, and I encourage you to drive up Welsh and Fairview, that whole area over there, maybe after 7 o'clock in the evening and before 8 o'clock in the morning, and see what we're dealing with. Say if the kids take their trash cans out, after the trash guy has already come by, it's going to stay out there for the next week, and it's going to just have more and more and more trash piling up, and then it gets on the ground. And there's no, and so then the C-Click Fix will get literally dozens of reports every day for most of the city about city trash containers. So I am encouraging you, let's make our city clean. Let's put the responsibility on those people who are creating the messes. Let's stop sending our awesome code enforcement officers out to be babysitters. Let's put the responsibility on those people who are renting to these residents, and make them tell them what to do, how to clean up after them. So, and also I know that a lot of them have signed a lease. There's like a penalty if they don't bring their cans up. Those kids don't read their leases. And the other 10 kids living in the house, they don't know that if you don't bring your kids up, your trash up within 12 hours, that code enforcement could come and give you a ticket. They don't know that. So I'm asking that we establish a campaign to alert.
Thank you very much, Ms. Arvell. I will refer that to city management, particularly if it requires notification of the property owner, which I think you're asking, not just the residents in the property, and we'll follow up on that. Dr. Cheryl Ann Peterson, be followed by Noor Shaki. You'll follow. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Cheryl Ann Peterson.
Could you pull the microphone down, please? It's adjustable. You can get it down closer to where you're speaking from. And
okay, is this better?
yeah, it's better, yeah.
Okay, I'm a resident and homeowner in College Station in the Southwood Valley area. And I'm here to speak on the lack of warming centers here in College Station. Last month, I volunteered to help plan and implement warming centers to protect our most vulnerable, unhoused residents. While volunteering, I made 3 major observations. 1, College Station does not have a plan for its unhoused residents during inclement weather, nor does it provide support. Whereas the City of Bryan and community members such as those from the Sweet Oak Collaborative stepped up to provide warming centers for our citizens. Bryan provided a liaison that worked tirelessly to coordinate between the City of Bryan, the Bryan PD, and the warming centers. College Station, in contrast, only contacted Sweet Oak Collaborative the day before the warming centers opened, and all they could offer was some snacks and water. And we did not see the water or the snacks, to the best of my knowledge. The second observation was that Bryan and College Station residents are wonderful, generous, and compassionate people. And they are more than willing to step up and help our cities with the needs of our unhoused people in a time of crisis. And the third observation I made was that only a few unhoused College Station residents actually made it to the warming shelters over in Bryan. And this sent chills up my spine, because how many of my unhoused neighbors suffered in cold, and that freezing, bitter cold, when they could have been kept safe and warm? How many did not know that there were warming centers? How many could not get the transportation to go to a warming center? Why did College Station not plan properly to help alleviate needless suffering? So I would like to know what College Station plans to do in the future. How can we alleviate suffering? And what can we do to get this on a meeting agenda formally? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Peterson. Noor Shaki, be followed by Sarah Murphy. And correct me if I pronounced the name wrong, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's Shake.
Shake, Noor Shake. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Noor Shake, and I live on Marion Pugh Drive. I am a mental health caseworker, and I see a lot of unhoused individuals in the Twin Cities. So I'm also speaking on the lack of warming centers in College Station. So during January's freeze, I was shocked to hear that the city of College Station was not establishing a warming center of any kind, nor was there a warming center open in College Station. Establishing a warming center not only helps our unhoused populations, meaning people who are sleeping at bus stops, on the street, in parks, or in their cars, it also helps populations that lack adequate heat in their homes or RVs, and those who lose power. The only true warming center that was available was in Bryan, which was put on by Sweet Oak Collaborative and their community partners. Sweet Oak is a completely volunteer-based organization. How did they manage to open one and our city did not? I mean, this city hall could be a fantastic warming center with its large rooms and central location. It is also my understanding that the city has an emergency management coordinator to assist in times of inclement weather events. What was the role of this person or their department during this year's freeze? I'd urge the city of College Station to take accountability for their failure to establish at least one warming center for our most vulnerable populations and create a concrete plan of action to ensure that one is available in the future. I'd also like to say cooling centers are also very important in Texas's very, very hot summers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shake. Next will be Sarah Murphy, followed by Cody Fox. Sarah Murphy. I don't see Sarah Murphy coming forward, so we'll move on to Cody Fox, and that'll be followed by Charles Elliott.
Hello, my name is Cody Fox, and I live in the Welborn community in South College Station. I would like to begin by thanking the police department of College Station for their extreme efforts in making this town as safe as it is. I know it is a heavy burden to lay your life down every day for the community, and I'm very grateful for all that they do. That being said, I would like to discuss the issue of flock safety cameras being used in this town. These cameras are used to monitor traffic by constantly scanning license plates and creating a searchable profile for each vehicle that is scanned. These profiles all go to a database hosted by Flock Safety. I'm not here to argue the effectiveness of these cameras, as I believe they are extremely effective. What I am here to do is call attention to the reality of this fallen world and what would happen if this infrastructure progresses. My problem is with Flock Safety. The first problem is $1 billion private company hosting public data on private servers that they can do whatever they want with it. Some of the data that Flock has announced will be part of this searchable database is your phone's mobile advertising ID, or MAID. This MAID is what big companies like Apple and Google use to know what ads to push through your phone. So it's tied to your search history. If a warrantless, searchable database is tying information that would otherwise require a warrant for law enforcement to inquire, then that is a blatant subversion of the Fourth Amendment, even if the data is gathered by cameras that operate in public. The second problem is that Flock is a patent for a surveillance system. I believe Flock has been dishonest with their advertising. They have pushed law enforcement and city councils like you into using their product by advertising their cameras only scan license plates. They are telling the truth, but their patent is for a database system that uses everything from facial recognition to object identification. They avoid being honest about their system's capabilities and go as far to point out on their website that these cameras absolutely do not have facial recognition. That's because their back-end system does. This all culminates to the final point. The good intentions of the current use of these systems will never be the finish line. It is the starting blocks. Throughout history, we have many examples of extreme cases causing good reactionary acts or powers given to the government. The current use of these cameras are only the beginning measures. And if the government can find any excuse to extend the scope of this use, they will. If such powerful infrastructure is put into place, there is no promise anyone can make that it will not be abused in the future. I would like to encourage the reconsideration of using these cameras in our town and aiding in the creation of future surveillance state in this country. I would also like to point out that there has been zero advertisement about these cameras. If the taxpayers are paying $3,000 per subscription for each camera, not including hardware cost, I would expect public vote and at the bare minimum, informing the public they are funding their own Big Brother subscription. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I will mention that those that have had questions of that, the police department, the chief of police is more than happy to visit with anybody who has questions about the Flock cameras. But you posed statements, not questions, so I'll leave it to you to contact them if you wish. Mr. Charles Elliott, be followed by Robert Rose.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Chuck Elliott. I live in the Knoll in College Station, and I'm a member of the CSUN board, and we support the emergency vehicle only extension option to the Pebble Creek Parkway because we believe that it's the best balance of quality of life for the members of Pebble Creek and safety for the folks beyond Pebble Creek who will be needing emergency services. Chief Mann's 2025 year-end report caused me to remember something from my past that had bearing for me when I was thinking about it. In 1978, I was a lab technician at Lincoln General Hospital in Ruston, Louisiana. Around 11 p.m. one night, 3 hemorrhaging car crash victims came through our ER doors. Chris Woods, RN, took charge immediately. She had us waiting and ready outside when the 2 ambulances got there with 3 patients who were transferred to ER stretchers and when the on-call, or were there when the on-call doctor, LSU Medical Center intern arrived on the scene. My role was to cross-match 2 units, 2 pints of blood for each patient. When I returned from the lab with the blood, the ER team was racing breathlessly between critical patients. They were all critical. I was asked to help with the most critical one, a young girl who could have been my sister, a young teenage girl, beautiful girl. One of the ambulance drivers said as I went in the room that he arrived on the scene in 10 minutes and that he could, if he had gotten there 1 minute earlier, that one girl would have survived. And I remember he said that because he was talking in the future tense in a way. The girl he was talking about was the one that was still struggling for her life along with us trying to help her in that emergency room. She hung on for about an hour and then succumbed. Fast forward to Chief Mann's report. Last year in College Station, he told us there's over 800 major accidents. On average, EMS arrived in 6 minutes, 44 seconds. The fire truck was on the scene in 6 minutes and 36 seconds. When council takes its vote in a few weeks on the emergency vehicle only extension parkway or the thoroughfare, I would ask you to remember that girl and the tragedy of someone who might still be alive today if the ambulance could have been on the scene in 6 minutes and 44 seconds instead of 10. And while I'm at it, I just want to say, since I have a few seconds left here, thank you to our outstanding fire and police departments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott. Appreciate your comments. Robert Rose is the last name I have. If Sarah Murphy has shown up, she's welcome to follow at the end. Mr. Rose, welcome.
I had a graphic, I don't know if it,
It's over here. These people control the video.
yeah, I don't know if it,
It's part of your presentation, I assume?
yes, sir.
It's not out there at the moment. If you want to take the next person, we'll get it.
I don't have a next person, so I'll give you a minute to find it. Our director of IT is there. If nobody else can find it, I'm sure he knows how to find it. We won't start the clock on you, Robert.
Okay, thank you.
Is that slide necessary for your whole presentation?
It helps.
Well, 1,000 words, right? Picture's worth 1,000 words.
Yeah.
I don't see anything coming up here. You sent it to city secretary's office?
Attached to it, yeah.
They're still looking for it.
We have it. They're just trying to pull it up right now.
Okay, okay. There we go.
There you go. Okay, Robert, the clock has started.
Okay, great. Mayor and Council, Robert Rose, College Station, Crescent Point neighborhood. Coming back for a second run at water issues, and probably you may be able to see it on your screen. I think you know where Brazos County is. I've approximated here, but Brazos County is kind of the triangle-looking county that's turned to the rotated left, so about in this area right here. The map looks a little worse from what it was previously. About 70% of Brazos County is now in severe drought. About 15 to 20% is in the red into extreme drought. And there's just a tiny northern tip, maybe about 10% that's in moderate drought. So vast majority of Brazos County is either now in severe or extreme drought. Drawing on many different sources for information, I think it's fair to say that unfortunately we are entering a new phase of our history with respect to water. And I think we could do better by asking our planners better questions regarding planning for water and drought and the extreme heat that we're unfortunately soon to experience. So what would I mean by better questions? So I have a couple examples that I think are pretty good. So the first question we might ask our planners is, should we re-examine the landscaping requirements for new development to include requirements for xeriscaping for a portion of the new developments? Xeriscaping would reduce those watering requirements and probably drastically reduce the water usage for new development. Another question we could ask is, should we implement supply-side triggers to our drought contingency plan? As things stand now, when we go through periods like we're having now, we don't have a trigger in place in our drought contingency plan until the water use for 7 consecutive days exceeds 85% or more. So we have a demand side trigger, but we don't really have a supply side trigger for limiting our water usage. So that's another question. We could look at our drought contingency plan and adjust it to the conditions that we see here. Another question would be simply, how can we better cool our city? How can we decrease the ambient temperature? So I've got about 12 seconds left, but for the future, I think it's better if we're 6 steps ahead rather than 2 steps behind. So I'd encourage us to think about asking better questions of our planners and what we can do to minimize our water situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. I appreciate your comments. As most of the presenters know, that during here visitors, we can't debate or discuss the items brought forward, but staff is taking notes and as appropriate, will follow up. Therefore, we will move on from the here visitors to move to the consent agenda. And the consent agenda tonight includes 14 items, 8.1 through 8.14. Are there any council members that have questions on any of those? Tell me what the numbers are. I don't see anybody raising a question, so therefore the chair will move ahead with that, then ask for a motion of approval for 8.1 through 8.14.
Move to approve, Mayor.
Motion made by Councilmember Yancey and seconded by Councilmember Schaefer. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. The consent agenda items are approved. Which brings us to the workshop. So the workshop items, first one, 9.2, is a presentation, discussion, possible action on an update from the College Station Police Department. Chief Couch, but I don't see Chief Couch here.
I think we're going to, are you taking them out of order? Because we have 9.1.
I'm sorry, I jumped ahead. 9.1 is, I'm sorry, you're right. I jumped ahead.
Chief Couch will get his turn.
He will. Yeah, we'll let him have a little more rest. Heather Wade from the Planning Development Services Department, presentation, discussion, and possible action on the Midtown Engagement Summary Report, which was circulated to us as part of the agenda package. Hopefully we've read it or looked at it, so we'll have questions if necessary for Ms. Wade. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Heather Wade, Principal Planner with Planning and Development Services. Tonight, I will share the results of our Midtown engagement process, which was designed to gather community input on the future of Midtown and the adjacent business center area. We asked residents to show us spatially what they value and where they see opportunities. So we held a community workshop on November 18th, 2025, and had approximately 75 participants in attendance. The format was an interactive and map-based style workshop, which allowed participants to identify priorities and concerns for the area. The maps you see on the top right of this slide are the 2 maps that were given to every workshop participant to share their ideas for the Midtown area. The 2 maps below that are just some examples of the type of feedback that we received during the workshop. We also had areas set up throughout the room for different resources. We had departments present to answer questions at different tables, including a developer present to answer questions, as well as future land use maps for reference in the back of the room. Overall, we collected 32 annotated maps, 82 map-based comments, and 43 written comment cards. All of this input was then analyzed for patterns, consensus, and areas of mixed opinion. So the map on this slide highlights where participant input showed unanimous agreement on future land use. The colors shown on this map represent future land use categories. So red is not bad, green is not good, red is commercial, and green is for parks and greenways. This map specifically shows that there is strong support for parks and recreation, corridor-based commercial development, and careful transitions near neighborhoods. Several themes emerged with strong consensus. The first being that recreation and park investment is a top priority for participants. Second is the strong support for preserving wooded buffers and open space. And finally, the desire for improving connectivity without creating cut-through traffic. So for examples, trails, safe crossings, and pedestrian safety. Overall, I would say that generally in these specific areas, we saw overall agreement with how we are already currently planning for land use in the area. So on this slide, we're really focusing on the small number of areas where opinions were mixed. The map and its associated table that these images come from are on pages 8 and 9 of the Midtown Engagement Report for your reference. So just bear with me while I go through this, because this is probably the most complex analysis and map in the report, and the most important for tonight's presentation. The key to understanding this map is that the more red an area is, the more disagreement on the future land use for that area was. And the more green an area is, the more agreement there was. So from a map interpretation standpoint, the first thing to note is that disagreement is localized. It's not spread across the entire Midtown area. The areas with most disagreement really sit at key transition points within the business center area. And this is really exactly what we would have expected as being part of the discussion. You can see that the areas here marked as 9, 10, 11, and 12 on this slide are those areas that really had the most mixed opinion among participants. So when we look at one of these areas, for example, Area 9, you'll notice that there isn't a single dominant land use that was proposed. Instead, participants proposed a mix of different land uses. So some people wanted that area to be dedicated to parks, some commercial, institutional, and residential uses. The top two categories in this table for Area 9 were parks and commercial. You can see they both had 5 participants propose that future land use out of a total of 22 proposals. So really what is important here is that this pattern really repeats across areas 9, 10, 11, and 12. For Area 10, the top uses proposed were commercial and public uses. For that area, there were a total of 25 proposals. The top 2 uses had 6 proposals each. For areas 11 and 12, both situated along Midtown Drive, the top proposed uses were commercial and business center. And you'll see if you compare these tables, they all had very similar lists of proposed uses. So taken together, these areas reflect a common set of trade-offs. Recreation versus development, buffering versus intensity of uses, and baseball versus green space. The debate here, though, really was not whether or not something belongs in Midtown. It was really where and how should it be located and designed to fit its context. This map summarizes where participants identified priorities for public infrastructure and investments. 3 themes came through very clearly. The first was that participants want a stronger Midtown identity, particularly through gateway and wayfinding signage along major corridors. Most consistently was the need for improved trail and pedestrian connectivity, especially linking neighborhoods to Texas Independence Park and the business center through safe and continuous routes. Finally, there was support for targeted road improvements to improve access, paired with, again, a strong caution against creating new neighborhood cut-through traffic. Overall, the participants see infrastructure and signage as essential tools for shaping Midtown's identity, connectivity, and long-term functionality. And so I'll close with the key takeaways. Participant input showed clear spatial patterns, a desire for commercial and employment uses along the Highway 6 frontage road, a walkable mixed-use spine along Midtown Drive, recreation and a civic anchor opportunity within the business center, expanded parks, trails, and preserved buffers near Texas Independence Park and Woodland Hills. There was strong consensus around recreation, preserving wooded buffers, improving trails and safe crossings, and protecting neighborhoods. Where opinions were mixed, the discussion focused on questions of location and intensity, such as baseball field placement and residential scale, rather than opposition to growth itself. Overall, this engagement provides a clear foundation to guide future discussions, while identifying a small number of areas that may warrant further discussion. With that, I'd be happy to take any questions you may have.
Any council members have questions? Mr. White, please.
Thank you so much. That was very informative. I have a question, and correct me if I'm, can you go back to your complex slide?
Yes.
Yeah, there you, that one. Can I assume that parks and greenways include baseball? Was there a discussion, when I think of a park, I think baseball. I mean, you're going to the park. I mean, did y'all distinguish the current Midtown baseball proposal? Is that included? Would I consider that a high priority for those folks in the red area?
Our team that did this spatial analysis actually included, we didn't look at baseball as a future land use.
So baseball could be included as a park in your analysis?
Well, I guess I would ask Anthony that question.
It looks like you have in the dot point or the arrow point just above that, baseball fields versus green space protection as one of the
that's what I was, I mean, was that actually discussed in y'all's meeting? Did Midtown folks separate baseball and parks?
The people who did specifically comment on the baseball fields specifically kind of designated it as its own use. So they didn't designate parks as baseball. They would say, we think baseball should go here.
So was baseball an option that they got to select from?
Well, technically, no. We actually, based off of the original discussion along the baseball fields, we actually put in a kind of a hatched overlay on the map to show not to put anything there, but people put stuff there anyway, which is fine. And we analyzed all of that data.
The initial maps that you passed out had the area for baseball, right?
Correct.
So they knew that that was kind of going to be a baseball development.
That's correct, yeah. So these top two maps show examples of that. So we did show where that baseball was being proposed, and we encouraged them to put future land use suggestions or infrastructure suggestions outside of anything that already had that color on it. But people drew on it anyway, regardless, and so we took all of that input.
So I could, Anthony, correct me if I'm wrong, assume that parks is baseball. That there, I mean, with that being originally on the map that the community looked at, and it being not the dominant answer, but a high-ranking answer in Section 9, that you could possibly interpret that as a baseball support.
Yes, Anthony Armstrong, Planning Development Services. So in this use, baseball would have fallen under institution public/rec. So that when you look at Area 10, for instance, the very top category, that would be more how we would categorize baseball.
Okay.
Parks and green space really would be meant to be like Texas Independence Park, natural open space. It would be meant to be more of a stereotypical passive park, or maybe like a Central Park type of thing, less the actual use of a service. But I would say, again, to the color on the slide, it was a 50-50 split, so to speak. And really, again, like Heather had mentioned, we showed them at the time, that was and there's obviously an item later on tonight, but at the time, that was kind of the alignment of where baseball was looking like it was going on the property. We showed them that. You certainly had people who, again, as the feedback mentions here at the end, there was some conversation on baseball or not baseball, location, et cetera. So I wouldn't say everybody, all 75 participants were gung-ho for baseball, but it wasn't like this giant divisive topic. Does that help answer your question?
Yeah, yes, sir. I think I'm just going, I guess it's my interpretation of where I kind of feel the.
I would say from the data, the majority of people are okay with the baseball item. From what we heard, the majority, over 50%, would be okay with the item, but I wouldn't say it's a slam dunk where you've got 100% consensus.
Thank you. That's my interpretation. I just wanted to confirm that.
Any other questions? I have one person who wants to speak, Mr. Yancey.
Yes, Ms. Wade, a really good presentation. I appreciate it very much. I just thought it was interesting, and it's really more for my colleagues than it is you guys, but I do have a specific question for you. Finish Town Lake to bypass, bring Town Lake Road to highway frontage road, Town Lake Extension, Midtown Highway 6, complete Town Lake Drive to Highway 6, Town Lake to Highway 6, expand Town Lake to Highway 6, multiple more mentions. And then relative to baseball, lean into baseball fields. Make sure ball fields have enough parking. Business parks should go by our baseball fields. Baseball tournaments in city-owned zone. It goes on and on and on. People talking about baseball and people talking about the Town Lake extension. And I'm just curious, I know this was an abridged project. This is not like the Northgate small area plan, and we made that call. Y'all presented us with some great options. We came up with the abridged one, but if I just go in here and I read citizen comments, and then particularly on Town Lake, you've got 20 maps here that people scribbled on. 13 times they indicated in pencil or pen an extension of Town Lake. 13 out of the 20. I was at this event. I don't even recall us saying, if you want Town Lake, draw it on the map. So that was just contemporaneous, unprompted feedback, impromptu feedback.
You have a question?
I guess my question would be, why didn't those things make it in here? Is it because it was an abridged version and you weren't after the specific objective of baseball in Town Lake?
Well, so I would actually counter that and say that those things did make it into here. So on our infrastructure and signage map here that I showed you, it does actually show where the the Town Lake connection to Highway 6, it shows that as proposed on this map. So one of the things that we had asked participants was to identify infrastructure and sign ideas, and people told us where they thought different signs should go, and they also told us where they thought roads should go, trails, shared use paths, and Town Lake is actually represented on this map because it was a common,
I love the pushback. I'm a fighter myself. Is there what was your heat map? What did your heat map tell you about it? Or is it applicable to, you had a heat map before where you had disagreement and where you.
for future land use, yeah. So for this particular map, in terms of the trails, the road infrastructure, shared use paths, we have that data, you know, how many people per different item, but we did not display it on this map because we were trying to keep the map simple.
Copy that.
Yeah.
I appreciate it very much.
But that information is available.
Thank you.
And just to clarify, I believe, and Anthony will know better than me, but I believe he mentioned when he was giving examples to tell people what they could do, I believe he mentioned the water tower signage and the road specifically.
Mr. Schaefer?
Yeah, thanks, Heather. Well, you have this map up. It's just a detail, but it kind of maybe goes to Bob's point a little bit. I didn't really quite understand the legend with this map. I mean, I can see that people said there ought to be trails in certain places and some other things, but the numbers related to colors, like the monument sign, was there only one place where a monument sign was suggested, and that's where there's a number 1 near that extension we just talked about? Or
That is correct, yes.
Okay.
So, yeah,
Only
this
one
is.
vote?
I-
I'm sorry.
It was okay.
I'm sorry. And so there was only one suggestion for a monument sign there, the number of votes?
That's correct.
well, if we just
So the number in the circle represents the number of times a type of sign was proposed in that location, and then the color indicates what type of sign it was.
Oh, so the other ones, you have several ones on the map, correct?
Yes.
But they didn't indicate that was a Midtown sign or what? It was just a sign?
They did not always indicate,
Okay,
if we left that circle white with a number on it, they did not specify what exactly they were proposing.
Thank you.
Okay, and so just, sorry, not to belabor this, but on what I think now would be considered the Lick Creek Hike and Bike Trail, there's a 7 trail there. Does that mean 7 people voted for a trail there?
Yes,
And-
that is correct.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? This land has been zoned as a light industrial, I think, business park for years. Could I assume that the language you got in there about business center, and I think commercial is 2 different words, 2 different ideas in there somewhere. Are those considered to be an endorsement of something like a business park?
Yes.
I mean, I don't know what they meant by commercial. Commercial could be, they want retail strip centers.
That's
Or
yeah.
commercial
And-
could be
Right,
business, industrial, light industrial use.
correct.
Okay, I just wanted to get that clarified. Do I also understand that this was not a fiscally constrained project at all? This was strictly, what do you want? right?
Exactly,
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah, ideas. Okay, thank you. If there aren't any other, one more question?
One more question. On that map that you have up, is that road, on the kind of the east side, is that connected to Pebble Creek Parkway? That, it says 2 road? Can I assume that would be a connection?
Yes.
And the 2 means what again? That 2 people voted for that
Yes.
road?
Yes, I misspoke earlier. These numbers represent the number of times it was proposed at that location.
So 2 people wanted that road out of 75 in attendance?
That's correct. We, in terms of the mapping exercise, we did not get full participation from from our participants. Some participants, instead of marking up maps, they preferred to walk around to the different tables, talk to staff, or deliberate at their respective tables.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty general assessment of the people that were in attendance, but not as Mr. Yancey posed earlier, is definitely not a small area plan. I do have one person signed up to speak, so let her come forward, Shelby Boehm. And then if there's any other questions, we can wrap this up and thank the staff for putting it together for us. Ms. Boehm, welcome.
Welcome. Did you miss me?
Oh, we did.
Okay.
Oh, did you miss a meeting?
I haven't, this is the first time I've been here all year.
Oh, good. Well,
I don't know if you
welcome.
noticed.
Even better. But you still only get 3 minutes. I'm sorry.
That's fine. 3.5.
No, 3.
Okay, fine.
The timer hasn't even started yet.
Okay. All right. Well, first, I really would like to begin by thanking you guys for allowing Midtown to participate in this exercise. But I want to give a special shout out to Anthony for putting it all together because it was such like a great event. This past week, I've heard through the media that you're also thinking about another business park, and I'd like to think I inspired that. But the truth is, the opportunity is already here, and Midtown isn't finished yet, and this year you can continue investing in it, making College Station an even better place to bring that same vision to life. In these council chambers, I've witnessed citizens advocate against commercial development projects, roadway expansions, and attainable housing developments through and through. Yet, based on the findings in these documents, Midtown is not only asking for exactly those kind of investments, we're begging for it. So beyond advocating for Midtown, I'm also advocating for a younger version of myself, someone who came to College Station not just to attend school, but with the hope of building a life here. And I've listened to several presentations noting that the share of permanent residents in my age category are declining. And while I don't have data to explain the exact reason why that could be, I can offer a perspective. The cost of living in College Station is quickly approaching that of Austin or Houston or Dallas without offering the same level of lifestyle, amenities, or economic opportunity. Midtown represents a real chance to change that. That original vision, now passed down to you in an updated document, represents a prime opportunity to create a vibrant, walkable, connected area that can attract and retain young professionals like myself. Yet, we are educating some of the best and brightest individuals right across the street, but without meaningful strategic investments beyond the four corners of Texas A&M, we are exporting that talent to the rest of the state of Texas. If we want College Station to remain competitive, not just as a place to earn a degree or a place to retire, but as a place to build a career in life, then investing in Midtown is one of the clearest opportunities I can see in front of you. We've heard multiple times that I've heard multiple times from you guys and others that an investment in Midtown is simply an investment only for Midtown residents or just an investment to make another developer richer. But I challenge you to see that differently moving forward, that an investment in Midtown is not just an investment in one neighborhood or one developer, it's an investment in a stronger, more competitive College Station, and an investment that is strategic in keeping our goals broader that we've set for the future of College Station. So leaving the small area planning exercise, and for the first time since I've been here, I felt that leaving that process, we were true partners between not just us as residents and the developer, but with the city of College Station. And when you are truly a partner with somebody, you do everything in your power to lift them up, because when they succeed, you succeed. And there are 100 prime acres left in the Midtown Business Park, and in the spirit of true partnership, I hope that we can seize this opportunity starting now.
Thank you very much, Ms. Boehm. I appreciate your passion and enthusiasm for all things Midtown, and I think the council will certainly receive the report and add it to the information that we have. Other questions left? Mr. White, I gather?
Shelby, I'm sorry.
You got a question for Ms. Boehm?
If you don't mind. We've missed you. Thank you for coming back.
We do work down the hall from each other.
I know. I get the opportunity to visit with you a lot.
Yeah.
So would it be safe to say that during that exercise, the Midtown development area would support this baseball complex that we're considering?
I would say there was general support. I think I was talking to others earlier that when I read the report that was, once it was published, that I believe the hesitancy is change, right? And because I myself didn't realize how many people love Lick Creek Park. But there are a lot of people in that area that's a reason why they would go, and that makes sense because as you saw that there was a lot of recreation, like that was their pride, that's what they were looking for. And so I think there's some hesitancy that those trails could be gone, but I really do think that it's not so much that they're gone, but I think it's that it's going to change. And so until people can conceptualize and visualize what that change will be, it could be that it's really not that, big of a deal breaker once it's actually there. But because, this is all conceptual thinking, we don't know what that, does that make sense? Like, we don't know what that looks like.
Yeah, sure. You mentioned a business park.
Yes.
So the residents would like to see a business park in that area.
I think they would, and I'm gonna be selfish.
Speak for yourself.
I'm gonna be selfish here.
Okay.
Mainly because I think the residents in my area of Midtown down the hill, because we are paying that additional tax, we want to see the restaurants, the recreation, because we can walk to it, versus up the hill where we can't walk to it. So I think that's where that comes from.
Perfect. Thank you so much for your insight.
Any other questions? This is a set of information gathered in a very thoughtful and creative way. Thank you very much, Ms. Boehm. And I think it's not something for a vote this evening, but we certainly accept it unless I hear something else. You have anything further, Ms. Wade, that you want to comment on? No. Okay, well, thank you. We will add that to our set of information regarding this area. Okay, well, now maybe, I see Chief Couch back there. People sit right behind the podium. Sometimes I don't always spot them in the crowd. So Chief Couch, presentation, discussion, possible action on an update from the College Station Police Department, and I read the agenda package. It got some more specific data in it as well.
Yes, sir. Good evening, Mayor, Council. Thanks for giving me the opportunity. This is going to be our 2025 year-end review. We're going to go through some statistical data. I'm going to go through the traffic contact analysis. That report was attached, a digital copy was attached to the agenda, and I left a bound copy with the City Secretary's office. We're going to go through response times. It's always good to check response times, making sure that we're keeping up with our expectations. And then I always like to profile a unit or two, and so tonight I'll profile our Special Operations Division. So when you look at the call screen on the left side, you're going to see the total calls for service. We break our calls down into different priorities. You have priority 1 calls, which are your emergency response calls. It's likely an officer's responding to those calls, lights and sirens, in an emergency. Priority 2 are also considered emergency response, but without lights and sirens. It's a direct response call when they receive it. Priority 3, we do hold those calls. If I have calls 1 and 2 that are queued up or officers on, we'll hold the 3s temporarily. So you'll see some later response times where those slow a little bit. And then priority 4 are calls we don't have to take with a police officer. We can at times, and we do, but we can take those through police assistance or through our DOORS reporting system, where they can send a link to the complainant. They can file a report online. If you look down at the bottom, you see our total calls for service for the year. It's 89,552 calls for service. These are reactive calls for service from the dispatch center. They came in from the citizens, and we dispatched an officer to respond to those calls for service. On the right side of the screen are going to be your proactive activity. Start with the traffic stops. Our traffic stop total are up this year. We had 27,471 traffic stops. These are going to be stops made by your patrol staff or your traffic officers. Focus patrol, this is going to be like a directed patrol for a specific objective. Someone has an area that they've put in that needs continual patrols across different shifts. They'll call it a directed patrol, and we're sending a notice out, hey, we need to be checking this area for an issue. Those are directed patrols. Community contacts are just that. It's patrol staff stopping out with a citizen to visit about an issue, just checking in on someone, maybe doing a security survey at a business or a home. Those are community contacts, and those are a catch for some miscellaneous things that just didn't fall in a clear category. But on the proactive side, we had 37,953 calls. So generally speaking, we had about 130,000 face-to-face contacts with our community in 2025. Response times, our expectation or standard for getting to our emergency calls is within 6.5 minutes. And as you can see, it's a little higher this year than last year, but in our priority response, we're still on average arriving in 6 minutes, 22 seconds. And then as I broke those calls down, you can see they start to get a little slower. The next one is without lights and sirens, 6:35. And then the calls that we sometimes do hold, a priority 3 might hold for a few minutes, 8:24 average, and then the 9:23 are those that we sometimes will dispatch into a police assistance or have the community members do those online. Satisfied with these numbers, they meet the standards that we have. So this chart's going to give you 4 years of more of our significant crimes that occur in the city. On the far right side is our 25. You see the call total volume there. Murders, we had one last year. We prefer to never have murders, but we do average usually about 2 murders a year. Just on average, we've had some years with more, and we've scored a 0 a few times, but we had one last year. Most of the other categories, you're going to start seeing some declines, and some that we're actually really proud of. Sexual assault down slightly, but still, lower than the average of about 84 in the last 4 years. But it's still a significant number that we want to continue to work toward trying to decrease. Robberies about the same. Ag robberies down some, with only 9 reported last year. Aggravated assaults dropped pretty significant, down below 100. That's great. We jumped up last year, and we're happy to get that number back down around the average. Burglary of a habitation dropped significantly, and these are sort of correlated. The burglary of habs and our burglary of vehicles both dropped significantly, and our burglary of vehicle numbers actually declined steadily over 4 years. And if you know from previous presentations I've given, we're a target-rich environment for burglaries. That's our primary offense that we typically see in our city. We have a demographic of a lot of students, don't often lock their things, and they have nice items. So they are preyed upon for burglary. So we have always historically been a city that involves a lot of burglaries. But getting that number down is a good thing for us because it is also directly related to the next one, which is theft of firearms. And you can see that number dropped as well. We're down around 62. There's a few things that really, I think, changed these numbers. We had a pretty good organized group, a few groups actually working in this area, doing burglaries, stealing firearms, and then using those firearms in certain parts of our community. And you remember last year we had some shootings and often involved young people, juveniles. And our detectives, specifically one that you recognized at the beginning of this meeting today, Andre Mabel, was really critical in working those cases on those individuals. And that had a direct impact on these outcomes. Once she started making arrests and making cases on organized crime with these guys that were breaking these cars and stealing guns, we've seen that completely stop in our community. So we're pretty proud of Mabel and her work, alongside the other detectives who receive these kind of cases and do a really good job investigating those and stopping the future offenses from occurring, and to our patrol officers who, they're just diligent. They're out in the community and their heads are on a swivel. They're always looking for suspicious activity and behaviors, and they've made some really good stops of activity like this that's occurring. If I could really attribute one thing for the patrol officers, or two things really. It's our drones and our canines. When we have these offenses occur in the past, you'd need 6 or 8 officers to set up a perimeter to hold it, to keep them contained. Now I send a drone team out. They send up a couple of drones, and we can contain an area and know exactly where the suspects are at. So it's been incredible. And I showed you guys that last year, if you recall the video of some of the stuff the drones are capable of. And I think that combined is probably the reason these numbers have declined the way that they have. Some technology and some really dedicated, hard-nosed cops doing their jobs. So wanted to touch on pedestrian crash information. Chief Mann presented last meeting, and some of his stats. Oftentimes, they're going to respond to incidents of injury. They're going to have potentially a pedocyclist or someone on a motorized scooter that's going to drift off the sidewalk, fall off, injure themselves, and call in, that may not get a police response, so I'm not getting a statistic for that, where he would on his number. So you're going to see more injury reports and more EMS response, where my numbers here are directly related to incidents where pedestrians or these motorized conveyance interacted with a car in a crash situation. So it's similar in the trend to what you saw in his report. From 22 to 23, really looking kind of at the motorized conveyance. I think that's what everybody, and pedicyclists as well. I think you see more of them now that they're motorized. You're seeing more people on those as well. But for the sake of this, really what we're talking about are the motorized scooters. And we 6 for a couple of years, and then we went 17, now 28. And we see it. Everybody, we hear the calls where there may be not a crash involved, and we have to remedy some situation. We did an op 1 week ago today, Thursday evening, from 6 to 9 p.m. in Northgate, with a small group of our evening shift officers. And in that 3 hours, they've made 60 contacts for violations of a motorized conveyance, motorized scooters. It was more of an educational campaign. We wrote a few tickets, wrote some warnings, and did a lot of education about safety in that environment. I figure if we're ever going to try to curtail it and rein it in some, it's going to need to start there, because if you've been up to Northgate, they're everywhere up there. So we did that just to kind of get a measuring stick on where it's at. And we had, like I said, 60 violations that we encountered that we addressed in 3 hours. So just to give you perspective on kind of where it's at. And we'll continue to do some of that, further education, and then have to kind of interweave that with some enforcement as well. I'm going to give statistics. I want to kind of provide a little update on Northgate, kind of where it's at today. I've got 4 categories. I want to kind of cover arrests in Northgate, citations in Northgate, drugs found, and then weapons recovered. We'll start with the arrest. As you can see, the arrests are up in Northgate, really up quite a bit, 58% increase from last year to this year in Northgate. Northgate activity has not slowed down. It's picked up, and usually activities for me is directly related to the number of people on the ground at night in that space. Northgate citations, again, they're up. We had a 44% increase since last year with citations in Northgate. And some of these citations are attributed to staff in the environment. I've got a full team up there right now, so when you have a full team versus a few vacancies, it can make a difference. So we've got more encounters, more interactions, and more citations. Drugs, again, they're up about 45% over last year. We went from 42 seizures to 61 seizures in Northgate. And really the scariest field that I'm sharing with you is probably the last one, and that's the weapons recovered. We had 5 2 years ago, 10 last year, and 20 in 25. So again, those are guns being pulled off of people in Northgate during peak hours often. So as you all know, anything like that, we have a team of people that are up there looking for that and identifying the criminal element. If they notice people that are in the area that shouldn't be, they'll encounter and deal with that. But we're finding more guns in the environment, and it's a recipe for problems. Just going to give you some arrest data for residents versus non-residents. The column on the left is going to be total arrests for the year. We averaged around 3,300 arrests a year. The column in the middle is your residents that were arrested out of that number. So you're really a third or less of your arrests are your residents, and then the other column represents non-residents who aren't residents of College Station that were arrested. Just as a
as a quick question, clarification. Residence is determined by the driver's license or?
Address provided.
Address of residence.
Okay. The address provided when they're arrested, okay. Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Not necessarily driver's license if they didn't update, or permanent address if they have a local. It's by the address provided. So I want to talk through the traffic contact report, and to start with, I just kind of go through. I displayed the traffic unit, and just want to kind of introduce this unit if I could with just photos here. But this is the traffic unit. I've got the 4 members of it. I've got Tyler Dawson, Duron Scott, Jeremy Olguin, and your very own Tony Gonzalez, who often works your meetings and is here with us tonight. And they're led by Sergeant Hayby. James Habib. This is the motor unit. I know most often when I talk to my friends and folks around town, they think we have 20 of them out there because they see them a lot because they do a lot of work and they work hard, but really this is it. This is the unit.
So these 5 guys delivered 27,000 tickets?
They delivered a large portion of them, but patrol officers are included in the traffic stop number. So your patrol officers are pretty active as well. When they have freedom of time, they'll make traffic stops as well. So those numbers aren't all from the traffic unit.
Okay, just for the record, my 8-year-old son is going to be impressed. He wanted to know how many motorcycle policemen there were. I have my answer.
Well, bring him by and we'll introduce him to a few of them. So yeah, the total volume of stops is 27,471. Total citations from that is 8,540. And I really want to highlight the warnings, 18,169. So when you hear of us outright in citations, we do that in cases where it's needed, but more often than not, we're out there educating the community on, hey, we got to do better. But there are times, and you see them yourselves, where they need a ticket. And that's what the guys, usually the last question they ask themselves is, do I need to provide a ticket here for this to work? So, Mr. Smith?
Yeah, what percentage of those are red light violations?
I can get you that data. I didn't pull it for tonight's presentation, but I can break it down by
Okay,
violation.
I'd appreciate it.
Yep, I can expand it next year and include that as well into the presentation.
Thank you.
Mhm. So going further into the traffic contact, who we contact on those traffic stops, most of the contacts are made with males. Most contacts are made with whites. The police officers most often don't know the race of the individual prior to the stop. And most frequent is the moving traffic violations. And then, of course, most of them occur on our city streets. Most of the stops do not involve a search. Of the searches that we do make, most of them are on probable cause for a search. And contraband is located in about half the searches that we conduct. And the contraband found drugs is the most frequent contraband that we locate. I know you guys, like I do, get calls about towing procedures and people being upset their vehicle was towed. So I want to kind of touch on that just so that when you're getting those calls, you are aware of kind of how we do it in the city. There's 3 types of tows. You have the consensual tow where you have a disabled vehicle and you create a business transaction between you and a wrecker service to take your car to a mechanic. That's not involving the city or the police department, and it's a consensual tow that you decided to call for. The other 2 types of tows are going to be your incident management tows and private property tows. So incident management tows are going to be non-consent tows that the city is involved in. And by that, we as a city choose to contract with one wrecker company in town, local company, and they provide all wrecker tows for us at our request. So through that contract, they may be called for a DWI arrest on the side of the road where we need to get that vehicle towed. They'll come pull the vehicle. That information is provided to the driver of that vehicle, and then that driver has a business exchange with the wrecker service to get that vehicle back out of tow. So that is how we manage it as a city. We use it for other things. City vehicles, if we have an issue with a vehicle and we need it towed, we'll use our wrecker service that we contract with, and those kind of things. Private property tows are more the type of tow you're going to hear about probably, and those are going to also be non-consent tows. And this is going to be a relationship where someone owns a parking facility. They have contracted with a wrecker company of choice. It doesn't have anything to do with our contract as a city. They choose to build a relationship with a wrecker company. And through that relationship, that wrecker company becomes the authorized agent for that parking service, right? So this is where you're going to hear things from people about predatory practices. They towed my car without consent, or my car was only there for a minute. So how that really comes about is they own a lot, and they have a rule: you pay or you have to have a sticker to park there. Well, some wrecker companies use spotters, and this happens in Northgate some, where it's a high demand lot. They'll have a spotter watching the lot, and they're looking for unauthorized people that have accessed the lot. And as soon as the spotter sees what they believe to be an unauthorized vehicle, they call a wrecker who stages around the corner, and then within seconds of that vehicle parking and the driver walking away, that wrecker is there in service, towing that vehicle and leaving the lot. So you have people say, I was only parked there for a few minutes. That's very possible that is true, because the spotter's on it and the wrecker's staged around the corner. So that's why you get calls about that. Now, there are certain regulations. All the wrecker services, they're not regulated by the city, they're regulated by TDLR. Okay, and that the TDLR licenses the wreckers, and they hold the wreckers accountable for the standards. So if there's a complaint, they sometimes do call us, and then we can go, and it may become a civil matter that we just negotiate, kind of manage the process of that civil matter, or there may be a larger issue. For instance, if a wrecker company in that one of those situations backs up, hooks onto a car, but they're not road ready, and road ready means chained up, lights on, in service, and everything is road ready, they have to put that vehicle down. But there has been sometimes where they call us because they're trying to still process it, and the guy saying, no, I'm here, this is my car. Well, that wrecker is required by the standards of TDLR to put that vehicle down. If they got it road ready and they still haven't left, then they're required to offer a drop fee and not haul it to the impound where the price goes way up for the consumer. So those are the things that you may hear about, is the discrepancy in that business transaction between the wrecker company and the consumer that dropped the car there.
Chief, do we have any say at all in a lot of the calls that I get, at least 2 or 3 that I can think of, was moms or dads that were concerned about where their kid's vehicle ended up, that the impound yard was sketchy, it wasn't well lit. There was open, mechanics barns there, and they just felt like they were in an unsafe place. Do we have anything to do with that?
So the record companies are required to notify the police department, and we log every tow they make. So if they do take a vehicle from a private lot, they are required to call it in. We log that information so that when the consumer comes back and they call and say, my car's been stolen, in fact, we look at the log, no, it's been towed, here's the record company, here's the address. I'm not familiar with all of the companies. They're not in the city of College Station. They're all outside the city, and most of them in the city of Bryan. I can't speak to, I've not been to all the record services, so I don't know. There are standards on equipment and inspections on those things, so I assume that the equipment is reliable, but I don't know the area of town, and if they don't feel safe due to lighting, it could be very possible. That's true and correct, and we have no control over that at all.
Chief, TDLR does regulate where they store the vehicles as
Right.
well. They have to pass some inspections where they store them.
Yeah, they do inspect it, but I don't know if lighting, safety is considered as far as the area that they're in at night and being well lit, it's probably not regulated, but equipment and the facilities, yeah, it is.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it the driver or the company that's regulated by TDLR, or both?
Both.
Thanks.
So I'm very familiar with this. I won't go into the story. Very familiar. Happened to me recently. There's nothing we can do about it, though, right?
We do respond to the calls, and we evaluate the circumstance, and if there is something we're capable, we do it. Now, if it's something, we may write a report, because they do have some leverage in the JP court system to take someone to small claims court, and they could get a judgment if they have, and if there's enough information there that warrants for us to document that, we will document it, and then they can, pull that information if they need it in the circumstance there. But most often it becomes a civil matter between the company and the driver.
But I guess ultimately, these disgusting predatory practices, there's really nothing the city can do about. Basically, it's really awful. It's truly awful, some of the stuff that they're doing to folks out there.
I think they do it with authorization from the owner of those lots.
Right.
And I think your bigger concern would be with the owners choosing to contract with a company that's perhaps doing things that might not be considered
Yeah.
favorable.
Yeah, agreed.
But they do police the lots for them.
Yeah, yep. Just didn't know if there was anything that we could propose up here that could make a difference for the families out there that this will happen to.
Nothing I can come up with. Now, I did include a link up there to a brochure that's provided by TLR. What do I do when I get towed is basically what that is, and it gives them the full run of everything that they can do if the circumstance occurs. And we provide that information as well through this format if they call in.
Okay,
So the final slides, I'm gonna highlight a few of our units, and that's gonna be our special operations division.
Chief, I'm sorry. Are you finished going through this data?
I can back up.
No, well, I just want to follow up. A question that's come up from a couple of folks has to do with the number of searches that that occur with our black residents compared to others by proportion. Is there any, obviously, we're doing.
That's in the report that
I
is
can
done by the third party.
Yeah, I can comment on it. So I've printed off the data. Can you say the question one more time?
If you're looking at the number of searches that occur, there's a significantly larger percentage of searches that occur in our traffic stops that involve black citizens. And I know a lot of the times it's showing that there wasn't a knowledge prior to the stop as to what race was, but since this is a racial
Yeah, I think what
can you comment on the?
Yeah, I
the
can
difference?
explain how. So, of the searches conducted, we conducted 345 searches of black motorists. We did not search 4,941 black motorists. So, of the 345 black motorists searched, 255 of them were searched with probable cause.
And what would that be?
They smell drugs in the car, they see drugs in the car. Probable cause are, I'm going to search because I have the probability of something being in this vehicle. It's different than I ask you for consent to search your vehicle. Hey, you're out late at night, seems suspicious, do you mind if I search the car? That would be a consensual, but of 345 searches, 255 were on probable cause.
Okay, so the others were consent, contraband. And,
Yes,
okay,
ma'am.
That's how that rolls up.
And then
Okay.
if you look at, just as an example, our other larger category were white searches. We searched 223 white motorists. We did not search 15,160, but of the 223 we searched, 135 of those were on probable cause. So really your question that he asked, the community asked, was about the why. It's because of probable cause. There's not a lot of discretion in that in an officer's eyes. If I see or smell drugs or weapons or things that lead me to believe there is something in there, they're going to search based on the probable cause.
Okay, and then the other approximate 100 for both races would be broken up between the other ideas, or are the other?
For instance, Latinos were searched 139 times. They were not searched 5,137 times. But of the 139, 85 of those were on probable cause. So the great majority of our searches are on probable cause.
And then half of the remainder looks to be like on consent, and then the rest are scattered through the, okay, that
Right.
makes
And
sense.
consent is something where I don't have probable cause, but there's something going on. And I feel like I need to search the vehicle.
And so you ask, and they
And
say
they can
yes.
ask.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Does
thank
that
you.
answer?
I think so.
Chief, while we're on that topic from my esteemed colleague, and I apologize in advance, got to ask a couple of tough questions of you here.
Sure.
Because, we have to, I feel like I have to represent the citizens first. Dr. Del Carmen, in his report, gives you guys a clean bill of health. He does. But he also says at the bottom of page 799 of 906 in our packet that the data revealed that a higher percentage of black and Hispanic individuals came into contact with law enforcement compared to the percentage of black and Hispanic households that reported vehicle access.
That's right.
So how much of that is socioeconomic status versus a racial matter? How much of that is on-foot encounters versus vehicular encounters, and how much of that, the pointed part, is, could we do better?
I think I can explain it. So it's not going to be on foot. It's going to be motorized vehicles that are stopped. So what he's going on is, so there is a, I can't remember the title of it, but you report whether you have a vehicle in your household with your census data. So he's saying that fewer.
The Fair Roads and Standard.
There you go. So based on that standard, you report whether you have a vehicle, and fewer people of say black race reported having a vehicle that were stopped in vehicles. And if you just look at the demographics of College Station, and then as I pointed out in the arrest totals, 3/4 of our arrests don't have a residence in College Station. Same applies to our motorists. If you look at the demographics of College Station compared to the demographics of Bryan or the demographics of Navasota, the two cities that are closest adjacent to us, their demographics are far different, and they're going to have a larger demographic of black population, therefore a larger demographic of black population with vehicles that are going to travel through or within our city. Much like the arrest totals, they equate to the same statistics for our stop totals. So yes, we're stopping more black motorists than report having vehicles, but just like the arrest totals, I don't have the numbers broken down for every traffic stop, but a lot of those will not and will resemble the arrest as they don't live in the city of College Station. So you're not measuring College Station residents based on vehicle ownership. You're measuring all of the other surrounding communities that travel within or through our community.
I appreciate that explanation very much, and Dr. Del Carmen does say the comprehensive data analysis presented in the report serves as documented evidence that the College Station Police Department is achieving full compliance with the Texas racial profiling law, and I appreciate that. And are you going to get to total sworn and strength of force at sometime in this presentation?
No, I can speak to it, but I don't have it in the presentation.
How many total sworn do you have right now?
171.
Okay, that's, I want to say when I first got on council, it was like 156. Does that sound right? 3.5 years ago?
Pretty close, probably. Maybe a little more than that.
So we're making progress.
We're making good progress. Yes, sir. Our problem isn't, we've been able to add additional sworn staff. I have 2 vacancies right now in sworn staff, but I have 22 in training. And when they're in training, they don't count. You know, they're in training, so they're not there taking calls for service. So for us, it takes about 11.5 months from start to finish to train them up to before they take their first call for service. So yeah, we're doing good, adding additional staff, and have been happy with the progress being made there, but just got to get them out of training.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
So the final slides are going to be just a few slides just to highlight, like I like to add a unit or 2 each time. And this time I'm going to go over our Special Operations Division. So you're talking about our SWAT team, our Special Weapons and Tactics, Hostage Negotiation team, and our bomb team. In the photos on your screen, the far left is HNT in an operation working through a scene. Center is going to be a close-up of our bomb robot, and then in the background is going to be someone in the full bomb suit. And then on the far right, you know that we recently entered into a partnership with Bryan PD, Texas A&M University, and the Sheriff's Office to purchase a Lenco rescue vehicle, and it's pictured there on the right side of the screen. So when I talk about SWAT H&T bombs, all of the staff I'm going to show you are all part-time. Okay, they have a full-time role in the police department as a patrol officer, a detective, a sergeant, traffic. They're doing all these other things full-time, but they serve in these capacities part-time. So on the SWAT team, I have a commander, and the commander is responsible for all of the units. He's responsible for our special events, such as game days. He's also responsible for my community enhancement group, who host all of my signature events, and he's responsible for the PIO within the department. So the commander services over all these units, but he's also responsible for a lot of things, and he is full-time in that role. Everybody
Typically,
else.
the commander is what, a captain?
A lieutenant.
A lieutenant, okay.
Lieutenant, yes, sir. Lieutenant Sean Beatty manages these teams. But within those teams on SWAT, I have a team leader, I have 2 assistant team leaders, and 18 operators total that manage the SWAT operations. I have 4 snipers within that team in addition to, and in that team. And then I have a perimeter team of 12 that if they're going to run an operation and need perimeter support, we'll call some of them out. Hostage negotiation, they're going to have a team leader, assistant team leader, and then 8 members of that team that serve as hostage negotiation. We have a barricaded individual in an apartment that maybe assaulted or injured someone seriously, and we need to get to them, but they're not willingly coming out. I'm going to start with H&T. I'm going to try to negotiate them out softly and get them to come out. So that's what hostage negotiation is in most cases. And then the bomb technicians, I got a team of 4 and a team leader for the bomb unit. And bombs is different in a sense that they've been through federal training for what they are as bomb technicians. Therefore, we support 7 counties with our bomb unit. SWAT H&T, we support through the MOU, the local entities. Bombs supports them as well, but we support 7 counties with our bomb team. Some operations for the year. SWAT went on 18 operations, 18 call-out operations. 2 of those, the most significant, were 2 full hostage rescues that we did in our community this year. These are going to be our subject matter experts for a lot of things in the police department, so they do train back the information that they own and possess through their experience to the others in the agency. They trained on hostage rescue, they do firearms training, building search training, and then they also liaison with CSISD Law Club to help them in their competition environment so that they can perform better. Hostage negotiations had 13 call-out operations, and then just recently, a few weeks back, they placed 3rd in a national H&T competition, which is a pretty big award for a part-time team. And we hosted an advanced training for them. Bomb technicians had 12 call-out operations. They had 5 recoveries, and recoveries are going to be something that was a suspicious device, could have been inert in the end, but we went there, identified it as a problem, recovered that device, and then we typically either take it out to a range and detonate it or take care of it in a different way. And then they had operational standbys. They're on standby at all of Texas A&M football games, as an example. We have our bomb techs at every game. They have a couple of X-ray machines. They have a portable that they can take up to a suspicious bag, X-ray it, real time, see what's in it before we know how to deal with it. And they have a truck-mounted machine as well that's larger. So that is kind of the extent of the presentation. I'm sorry it took so long, but I'm happy to take any more questions if you all have them.
Well, I think some of our questions did lead it into more detail, and then certainly people are always interested in some of the details. I'm sure you'll get back to Councilmember Smith on that question he asked. Any other questions for Chief?
Thank you.
Yep.
I have one more.
Let me start with
Yeah, go
Mr.
ahead.
Schaefer, and we'll work this way.
Thanks, Chief. Really appreciate it. And obviously, I think like all of us in the community appreciate the work that you guys do. I need, if I could, this is a detail thing, but it really interests me. If you could go back to those bar graphs that you showed, there was one that had bike ped things and one that was about Northgate. And I just wanted to clarify a couple of things. Yeah, there it is. So you mentioned, and you got the motorized conveyance there, and you indicated, as I think Chief Mann did earlier, about the increase in scooters and some of the things that are happening there. But I wanted to clarify on the 51 pedal cyclists that you had, because there's a pretty significant increase there as well, and there are motorized pedal cyclists now too. Is that in that category, or is that?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, so
Yes,
that's an important piece, I think, here to understand, because those things are significantly different than
They are
non-motorized pedal
operated
cyclists.
much like the motorized conveyance in a way, as far as the crashes that we see. It's
The
because
speeds are incredibly faster.
That's right.
So, okay, thank you. I wanted to clarify that. That makes sense to me. And then the next one in Northgate, you alluded to this on the next slide. It seems good that you have more eyes on there. Is that really the reason that you've got higher numbers, or are there some other things happening there that you all are noticing?
It's probably having a full unit is certainly a contributor to the higher data, because we have more opportunities of contact. But I think it really illustrates that the problem's not getting better.
Right.
Yeah.
Things are going on for sure. I just
And
wondered
we've done
if
a
there
lot of
was.
enforcement and education to try and help with that, and it's not getting better.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Mr. Yancey.
Thank you, Mayor. On Northgate, this is what I wanted to ask about too. Is it trouble bars or is it a troubled bar? Do we have a disproportionate contributor in the way of alcohol serving establishments that are contributing disproportionately to these numbers?
There probably are going to be some that the guys are aware of and that they take more proactive measures to try and help solve those problems. Can't speak directly to individual bars, but they come in and out of times where they are a larger problem and they demand a lot of attention, and then a manager will change or something will change to change that culture, and then that bar gets better. And then another bar, picks up the demand for that traffic. We know that we're surrounding it with a lot of high-rise density that oftentimes isn't old enough to consume alcohol. So two things happen. They drink underage and they draw attention to themselves when the police see them. And when you draw attention to yourself, you're going to get attention and often may get an MIP citation. Or they consume without experience, and then that leads to the other issues that we see in Northgate with oftentimes minors over-consuming, not understanding the impacts or effects of what they've consumed, and then they cause other problems.
I'm concerned about that, but I'm more concerned about the 20 firearms confiscated. Was a significant percentage of those confiscated from the Northgate area?
Every one of those.
Every one of them?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
There were
Doubling every
other
year.
weapons seized in the city, but this is a Northgate slide.
Like Northgate proper or any of these around the
This
towers?
is just in the bar district. Yes, sir.
Just in the bar district.
Yes, sir.
Can you look into an offline maybe, or is it something you're even allowed to disclose? Proprietorships that tend to be the trouble spots? Can you send that to us?
I can poll the guys that work that environment every weekend and get a pretty good top 5 for you.
I'm not sensing that that's the know-all, be-all, end-all solution you feel like. I'm not getting from you that all this is happening because there are 3 bars down there that are really trouble.
Chief,
And I'm not,
and you answer this and you just say, no, that's not what it was. But I will say several years ago, we started these conversations about Northgate. I mean, long before our property proper, I mean, we've done these things. And the impetus for that was not only the resources that obviously we were having to put down there, but it was the feeling from the police department and I think fire department that the amount of bars in that area created an environment that we were seeing having issues with, and that the research versus other places. And so certainly have asked some of the same questions you have about, are these specific things? I think there definitely always are, and I think our folks do a good job pulling out those that are maybe on a bad path and trying to get them right back. But I don't know if you want to talk about kind of really even a few years ago versus now, what we've seen from, again, just the number of bars and the general environment.
yeah, there's probably several prongs to this, but density of people that are in that environment in a small geographic space and a lot of people. And not all the guns have been seized from inside a bar. Certainly, we've had them in the bars and got calls and had to pull people out that had the guns, or they stopped them at the door and recognized it and called our attention. We pulled the guns. So it does attract a demographic of people that aren't coming up there to enjoy a business or entertainment. They're just coming up there to loiter and look to victimize our community. And that's another portion of what it brings when you have 33 bars in a small geographic space.
Last question, and then I'll hush. Have we done any comparative data analytics on the relative population density in that 5-block area, what have you, compared to other jurisdictions, cities, municipalities, where you've got that high of a concentration? And are the numbers, what I'm trying to understand is this the cost of doing business when we have a bunch of student towers go in and it's comparable to a similar place in Austin or LA or what have you, or is it worse?
Well, I think a corollary, and I appreciate your question, but sort out how many of those are MIPs. As the 18,000 or 1,856 are those minors in possession, which I think is part of what he alluded to earlier.
Yeah.
That probably you won't find many places where there's 32 bars with that many people under 21. So
Yeah.
that's probably a corollary to what your
Vegas.
question is.
Vegas.
Under 21? I
Yeah,
don't
we've
think-
studied a lot of bar districts for a lot of different reasons, and I've not been to one that we've studied that was surrounded by so much density under 21. Not a bar district like ours. It's not, typically I've not seen that. So it does contribute. And those mostly are probably MIP or MIC violations on those citations.
Thank you, sir.
You had a question?
Two, on the weapons, you've got 20. Is that firearms, knives?
Yes, firearms.
And is that people are in a bar and it's the 51%, or are you, like, how are those occurring?
Yeah, all of ours are 51%, which would be unlawful for them to carry a weapon inside, but some of those have come out of bars. Some of those have come from door guys that caught our attention to someone suspicious at a door. And there's others that have come from people that we just end up in an interaction with in the normal course of working up there at night.
So if you're in the promenade area, is it illegal to carry there?
It's not illegal to carry there. It's illegal to carry there if you're committing another crime.
Okay, so this is weapons confiscated in the
Seized, yes, ma'am.
in the course of another crime, or which they were either in a bar.
They were in or around the bar. Yep.
Okay, cool. And then can we get an update on Zero's training and when we might be able to meet my favorite officer?
I talked to the city manager about doing an intro tonight. He's actually in Utah for the second phase of his training, and we'll create an agenda for you guys, and I'll do an introduction with our unit. We funded a sergeant, if you remember last year, so we now have a sergeant, and we'll have a full unit, and I'll bring them in for an intro next time when he gets back from training into March.
I'm very much looking forward to that.
Yes, ma'am.
And just quickly, Mayor, I want to add, because I know anytime you're doing this, we always talk about the challenges, and certainly have talked about the challenges in Northgate. But I do want to point out the other thing that I know that is true from talking to PD and Fire and having been down there is that there is a list of bars that are bars and do a very good job of helping our folks maintain, good order and discipline, given the nature of college kids and everything. So, when you talk about that big number, and then you do talk about maybe there are some outliers that we have problems with, I think it's also important that we point out that there are people down there doing a good job and a better job than others of helping us, and that you don't have college towns without bar districts, and there is something to that, and there are really good people, that do a good job and help our folks out, and I think that's important for people to hear that too.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Mr. Woods. That absolutely should be said. Northgate is necessary for College Station. It's an environment where we have a lot of our young population that likes to go frequent that for entertainment, and there's a place for it. Unfortunately, it's expanded beyond the border of that area to where it is creating a geographic compression and a lot of problems with people on top of each other with that many bars operating on top of one another. But yeah, certainly some good entertainment and absolute wonderful business owners in that area.
One last question, Mr. White.
Chief, thank you so much. Outstanding job. I think you have a great team. Let me share with you, in my recollection of what you presented, some trends, and tell me if there's a correlation between these. My understanding is that you're 2 down in sworn officers, so you pretty much have a full component of officers. Your crime statistics are down, which is outstanding, but your response time is up. And I know we're still well below the standard. Is there a correlation? What is, in your opinion, the reason for the increase in the response time?
Well, like I said, I have 2 openings, but I got 22 in training. So if I were to have those 22, and we share those vacancies with some specialized units, carry a number of the vacancies, and then patrol carries the balance. But those vacancies would be operating to where you'd have more depth in those beats, getting to those calls faster. So that's exactly what it is.
So it's a manpower issue.
2 vacancies is a good thing for me, but I got to get them out of training, and the training timeline is the issue, is getting them out of training.
Where are they in their training? Are they?
We have a set in first phase of field training on patrol, and I have the other half in the police academy currently.
Wonderful. Thank you for everything.
Yes, sir.
But having been at some of those swearing-in ceremonies and recognize the training, and we have a outstanding, well-trained staff. I mean, you hold all of these people accountable. They've gone through a lot of training. They'll have continuous training, and I think that we shouldn't discount the training at all, because if that's what it takes to get a really top-notch professional on the beat, that's what we'll do. And I certainly support the leadership of the department and the city itself for insisting on top quality candidates and top quality training of those candidates to produce a really professional policing operation. So if there aren't any further questions, we will thank you for your presentation, your summary of the data. I think there's one or two questions. If you're breaking out data, break out the hands-free arrests and warnings data for me.
Citations, hands-free citations.
Citations and warnings.
Okay.
For the hands-free ordinance. That's one of the things I monitor, and I think the last data you presented to us indicated that you had really ratcheted that up. The education period is over.
Yeah.
And people are being cited more for that.
As you know, we have a transient community every semester. We get a new batch.
Oh, yeah.
So we have to re-educate.
That's the nature of our business.
And that's the reason for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll continue, and I'll get you those. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we're moving on now to the regular agenda. I don't have anyone wishing to speak on that item, so we move to item 10. 10.1, which is a public hearing, presentation, discussion, and possible action regarding an ordinance amending the comprehensive plan by adopting an updated economic development master plan. Mr. Ostrowski, lead the way.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Michael Ostrowski, Chief Development Officer. Tonight, the item before you is looking to amend the city's comprehensive plan. I'm proud to report that we're getting close to the end for our economic development master plan. This process started last year, I believe it was May, where we entered into a contract with TIP Strategies. They're an Austin-based firm who does this type of work. Started that process, came to City Council, I believe it was about September, gave you guys a quick update. Through that process, we've met with various different stakeholder groups, steering committees, one-on-one conversations throughout the community, and I think we really came up with a good product here to present to you tonight. This evening, John Karras, their VP Business of Development, and Erica Colston are here to present to you, but this is really part of the larger comprehensive plan. So the city has a comprehensive plan that has many different chapters, many different other master plans that are incorporated into it. This is just one component of that, and then the component that deals with economic development. We also have a component that deals with housing and utilities and parks and a variety of other things. But this is specifically focused on economic development. But as part of that process, and we go through and we move forward with this plan needs to be consistent with all of the other documents that are within that comprehensive plan. So we did do a review of that and making sure that there is consistency within there as well. This item was taken to Planning and Zoning Commission last week. They recommended 4-3 to move forward with the recommendation to approve the plan. Chairperson Cornelius is here tonight. He'll give an update of kind of where the Planning Commission fell as well. But I do want to introduce John Karras with TIP Strategies, who's going to lead the presentation here tonight, and then we'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have relating to the document.
Very good. Welcome, sir. Those of us, three of us up here on the Economic Development Subcommittee, recognize both of you as being actively engaged over the last several months, and we appreciate the update, and we'll look forward to hearing about the final document.
Great. Thank you so much, Mayor and council members, and we appreciate those who've been involved with us on the Economic Development Committee, as well as the broader steering committee with stakeholders, and thank Michael and his team for their close involvement throughout this process. And did want to acknowledge our president, Tracy McDaniel, who's been leading the charge from our team. Unfortunately, she couldn't be here tonight, but she continues to be actively involved in the process. So really wanted to just start with why this plan matters. And it's really, we believe, based on the data, based on what we heard from you all and the 140 touch points that we've had with community and business leaders here, College Station is at an inflection point. There has been growth, there has been success, but the question is, what comes next? How can you plan for that growth in a smart, responsible way, balancing the quality neighborhoods and character that this community is known for, partnering with and leveraging the most prominent research university in the state of Texas. Also building on the momentum here, not just in College Station, but the larger region. We're in the middle of the most dynamic economy, arguably in the world, here in the Texas Triangle. So there's just an overwhelming amount of opportunities, but we know there's challenges. We heard from some of the employers that the ability to retain talent is sometimes difficult. We also know that there's challenges with things like housing and infrastructure, and those need to be regional collaborative approaches in some respects. But the other thing I wanted to point out is this plan is a different kind of plan. It's aligned with the comprehensive plan, but it's meant to be more tactical and action-oriented. It's focused on that 5-year time frame, so it complements the longer-term comprehensive plan. I think there's almost 200 individual, if you add up the strategies, the action items, and the tactics. We'll get into a little bit more of that. My colleague Erica will talk some more about the framework and how it all fits together. But really the strategic outcomes are a more sustainable tax base, more employment opportunities for current residents, supporting the workforce to have more skills and higher paying jobs, supporting local businesses, and then the development of existing and new districts, whether it's Northgate or Midtown or some of the other areas in the community. So I will turn it over to Erica to talk a little bit more about the process, how we got here, the framework as well, and then I'll talk a little bit more about the implementation side of things, operationalizing the plan.
Thank you, John, and thank you again to the Economic Development staff for their support and kind of giving us feedback throughout this process, as well as the Economic Development Committee, the Planning and Zoning Committee last week, and the Steering Committee throughout the process, and to the Council tonight, of course. I'm going to give us a quick overview of the process. We've been at this for about 9 months so far. We're at the end of our implementation phase. Michael had mentioned the last time we gave an update to council was in the middle of that opportunity phase, where we conducted a workshop with different stakeholders, the steering committee related to developing the initial framework of the plan. In terms of stakeholder engagement, we kicked off this project with a couple of different venues for engaging the community. We engaged the community at a business over breakfast event where we actually, asked, people in the room in terms of different areas of the city, in terms of, where, residents, in terms of businesses, in terms of entrepreneurs, what does economic development mean to you? We've built off of the momentum of that kickoff event into roundtables. We dug deeper into a couple of particular topics like education and workforce, infrastructure and real estate development, economic sustainability, for example. There are a couple of findings that I wanted to highlight from stakeholder engagement that will come into play in terms of the framework, but one of the things that we kind of heard was related to kind of the identity of the community, how much it relates to Texas A&M, but how much more there is within the community that should be highlighted in terms of how people perceive College Station. One of the things we kind of heard was, for those who don't necessarily have ties to Aggie Land, it can be very difficult to kind of see yourself within the community. But we saw that as an opportunity to elevate those other aspects of College Station, to bring those more to light, and develop some more opportunities in terms of economic development. We also heard about concerns about infrastructure. If we are going to continue to grow, how would we support that growth in our existing residents? That's a major part of this plan. Talent retention being a major issue limiting business growth. We, John had mentioned we'd heard directly from employers. We also heard from the community as well in terms of, looking for jobs, things that help keep you here. There are some opportunities in terms of experience and education level, but not so much in others, and I'll get a little bit more into that. But contributing factors to that also include city amenities in terms of different lifestyles across different age groups, for example. Another component within that initial phase, the discovery phase I'm referring to, we conducted a comprehensive economic analysis, some baseline data related to population, employment statistics, comparisons to peers in the region like Brazos County, the MSA. We dug deeper into innovation as well as real estate. And there were a couple of other findings I also wanted to highlight. Housing costs came up several times in our roundtables, and it came up within the data as well. Several factors contributing to this, affect the nation as well. We work with many different communities, and housing comes up in pretty much every plan we do. And in this case, kind of addressing the housing pressures related to the student activity is a major component of this plan. Land also came up, shortage of retail infill and densification, and looking at kind of additional land use patterns that can help support that. The data also validates, I mentioned the lack of early career opportunities. We did analysis of job postings data, and we looked at local benchmarks, for example, compared to the county, the MSA. College Station has the smallest share of jobs that were requiring that little to no experience range, right? So in terms of those regional comparisons, kind of understanding the opportunities within that range of the talent pipeline was really important. That came out of the data as well. I also want to highlight some positives. We've also seen a lot of the team's successes to diversify the city's economy beyond education and hospitality. Healthcare, business services are the top two. There's a handful of other sectors as well that have grown in terms of private industry. The goal of this project, those elements that I was just describing earlier helped us assess your competitive position with a clear focus on the goal here to prepare a 5-year economic development master plan that provides a roadmap for sustainable economic growth and development tailored to your specific needs and opportunities. Sustainability of the community is the ultimate outcome of economic development. We're looking at supporting quality of life for residents by ensuring the financial, fiscal sustainability of the city by diversifying its economy and its tax base and its resources available to deliver those services. John was mentioning why this plan matters. He mentioned College Station standing at an inflection point, and that's something that we very much agree with in terms of where we see College Station growing from here. Y'all have extraordinary assets that other communities in Texas would kill to have in terms of Texas A&M, but also in terms of your visitor economy and being a regional hub for retail, amenities, entertainment. You're positioned to kind of bring the outlying communities together, also building off of that activity beyond kind of the primary job base in terms of Texas A&M, but also retail, entertainment, hospitality. You're strategically located in the Texas Triangle, so you've got access to the metros and the growth that's happening there. Growing tech transfer community as well, based on startups and entrepreneurs that are working with the university to develop new technologies, new products, new services. Those are the assets. The challenges that this plan is designed to address, we've kind of touched on, but I wanted to mention, out-migration of talent. The transient student population that we've been hearing about throughout this presentation, throughout tonight, but throughout this project, but also talent retention gaps of kind of going beyond the retaining students, but also those mid-career professionals, right? So I mentioned earlier, lacking some jobs within kind of that entry to mid-level range affects that talent retention gap. We heard directly from businesses mentioning, when we're kind of hearing even earlier tonight the presentation on the Midtown report, understanding that there are some amenities lacking, housing particularly, that affects talent retention there. This plan's also aiming to address shortage of commercial office industrial space and looking at diversifying employment kind of beyond education and hospitality. This plan is aiming to translate those challenges into opportunities by leveraging your position and kind of related to identity I mentioned earlier, helping people outside of Aggieland understand how, you can think of yourselves as a college town, but in many ways you're not. You've definitely punched above your weight when it comes to commercialization, innovation, in terms of your partnerships and opportunities you have available to you with your peers in local government. So as part of the framework, we cast a vision. College Station will be the nation's most vibrant university community, a place where businesses thrive, innovation's embraced, and quality of life is unmatched, resulting in sustained prosperity and economic competitiveness at the same time. There are 4 major goal areas within this framework. I have a couple of additional slides. I'm not going to present all of them, but I'm going to kind of just give you guys an overview of the different goals and a little bit of the idea of the strategies within them. When it comes to identity, there are 4 strategies within identity focused on developing place-based districts. The way we see it is there are multiple target audiences and developing districts, some for students. In some cases, for example, looking at, we heard about Northgate earlier tonight. looking at encouraging daytime use, for example, and looking at how do we diversify some of the offerings to develop them more into comprehensive districts. In terms of non-student serving districts, developing parts of South College Station to comprehensive areas where it's very clearly defined in terms of what the community looks like here, what's offered here, what events happen here, who are the major players, major stakeholders in the area. There are strategies in here to help also understand the amenities that the mid-career professionals are looking at to help retain them and develop districts like Midtown, maybe perhaps also the Harvey redevelopment corridor as hubs for retaining that type of talent. Also some strategies related to coordination, local governments of districts, and things like that. The second one is launching a city real estate strategy to prioritize shovel-ready redevelopment and development to help encourage and align opportunities to preserve land for business use in concert with other uses as well to generate economic activity. So developing real estate transaction guidelines, for example, aligning with the small area development plans, and bringing that into the city's economic development strategy, making sure those dots are connected, and then also developing relationships with developers. The final two here, positioning College Station as a destination for year-round tourism and asset activation, aligning with the tourism department and their plan to develop and tap into the events and conferences that are happening in the area. The last one here, focusing on specific quality of life factors, so aligning with the housing action plan and implementing that plan, but making sure that it lines up with the district strategy. So kind of taking that implementation plan forward and bringing it into this place-based approach across the city. I'm going to move forward.
Would you prefer questions as you go or hold to the end?
Probably hold to the end, I think would work. You kind of keep, does it matter to you? I'll keep going if that's okay. Okay, cool. One case study I wanted to highlight for y'all that we're looking at, I mentioned Midtown a couple of times. We were really inspired by a case study in Green Bay, Wisconsin with the Titletown District, where they have developed Titletown District adjacent to Lambeau Field with the Green Bay Packers, for example. This is a mixed-use district that prioritizes green space in addition to primary job growth, and also developing residential amenities. So for example, in this district, they've combined hotels, breweries, a 10-acre park plaza and residential space with office space, sports medicine facilities, office space, in addition to a venture capital fund that was started by the Packers in addition to Microsoft to help fund innovation. We see this as a great case study that inspired our recommendation for Midtown to look at a sports innovation entertainment district. We were made aware of the plans that are being proposed for a baseball field complex, and even what we heard tonight in terms of the report on this Midtown engagement and hearing the need for business recruitment in terms of the need for additional park space, we see this as a great opportunity to align primary job growth with additional shopping, additional dining, retail, and hospitality in that area of College Station. The second goal here is on industry. This is really focused on diversifying your tax base in terms of attracting different types of industry. The major sectors that we're looking at for targeting include healthcare, life sciences and animal science, professional services, national security, but also business retention. So I mentioned attraction, but across all those different targets, we're also recommending a business retention strategy to engage with the local businesses, visit them one-on-one, make sure that they have what they need to stay in College Station. The second one here, enhancing workforce and talent development. There's both a long-term and a short-term strategy. The long-term strategy is focused on working with school districts, as well as developing work-based learning to help ensure that education aligns with the needs of industry, so that when you finish your education, you are aligned with the needs of employers and you're able to get a job within the jobs that we are looking to grow with this plan. The short-term strategy is very much focused on developing and upskilling existing residents in the area to help kind of fill that last mile of workforce development. You know, if you have existing skill sets, bringing that into alignment for jobs. The last one here is supporting small businesses and including them in the district strategy to make sure that they are recognized as contributors to the city's identity throughout. In terms of innovation, This is kind of an extension of your industry attraction and retention strategy, but kind of really focused on those innovative companies. They're employers that are science and tech driven. They could be spinouts from the university. And dedicating city resources to helping those companies connect with Texas A&M in terms of their tech transfer resources and different innovation partners in the area. The second one is focused on more of that attraction component, positioning your resources, your existing assets related to university to attract those types of companies. And the third one, developing components that support the overall ecosystem. So think mentorship programming, think specific types of real estate like wet lab space or co-working space for these entrepreneurs. The last one I'll go over here is Ignition. This strategy is focused on collaboration and recognizing that this plan will have to include partners like the City of Bryan, Brazos County. The Greater Brazos Partnership is going to be a key player, and bringing those different elements together to ignite the plan across all these different areas. So establishing some regular collaborations with those partners, positioning College Station as a strong regional and state level economic leader, tapping into those assets. I'm going to name some few. So for example, TEAS and TEACS, also the National Center for Therapeutics Manufacturing. Those are some very specific assets at the university that can be used to position and elevate College Station within the economic development community. These last two here, making sure the City of College Station's economic development team has the tools and resources to deliver results. And then finally, bringing awareness to the community about the city's economic development goals, the importance of specific topics like redevelopment and innovation to help folks understand, for example, as small area plans are developing, bringing this into the economic development strategy. I'm going to turn it back over to John to kind of carry us out, and then we will take questions.
Great, thanks so much, Erica. So she did a great job of going over the full plan. I hope you've had a chance to review the full document. There's a lot of actions and details in there. We're really excited about it, but I'll just spend a minute talking about the next steps of implementing and operationalizing the plan. So you've all been invited to what we're calling the implementation workshop tomorrow morning along with key partners. So that's really the kickoff event of starting to, okay, how do we roll up our sleeves and take these ideas and start turning them into action? And how we're defining success, all the goals really work together. There are performance measures, so we're going to be able to track progress and measure it. The collaborative approach is critical. It's not just the city. It is also partners in the region, it's workforce, it's education. Fancy Excel worksheet, the implementation matrix, where each item has a time frame. It will have priority levels and resources, and it's really meant to be updated and used on an ongoing basis, monthly, quarterly, annually, over the 5-year period. And the last thing here is really the overall implementation structure. So we know that City Council, you have overall authority for what happens with the city, and we are looking at the city to be a driver in the local economy. But it's not just the City Council, it's also partnering with all those different departments within the city, with the lead convener being Economic Development and Tourism. And then we are going to be meeting with the different working groups of external partners as well, within the city, but also within the greater region on each of those 4 goal areas to really identify who's going to take which item, the leading and supporting partners. So that's I think we've covered each one of those items of where we're going next. And just to kind of put a wrap on the anticipated outcomes, we really see this as helping existing residents have greater opportunities to build their career, build their business, build their support for their family of all ages, from the youngest to the oldest. The ideal is for kids that grow up here to have opportunities to either stay and build a career or be able to come back and participate in the most thriving university community in the country. So I think that is the end, and we would welcome any questions that you might have.
Council members, I know 3 of us have heard some of this before, but if there are council members that have questions, please, for them presenters, I will be inviting Mr. Cornelius up here representing P&Z before I open the public hearing. So this time for questions. Okay. All right,
Comments only here.
okay. We'll get to the, this is a public hearing. It is something that we will need to pass a resolution or consider a resolution regarding the adoption of that. I don't see there are any questions at this moment, so. Oh, I'm sorry, you did. I apologize. I was just listening to Mr. Yancey too much.
That's on the record.
I know.
So just a few things that came up as I was reading through it. First of all, we've got a steering committee of 10 folks. I noticed Texas A&M's written on every page of this 31-page document, and there's exactly one representative of TAMU that was on the steering committee. Seems like we're committing them to an awful lot with limited, not discounting Dr. Dudensings's influence, but do we feel like we got a good representative feedback from their willingness to partner on these various issues?
Sure. Dr. Dudensing was absolutely part of the process in terms of being on the steering committee. But there were probably 7 or 8 other individuals that were involved in the conversations through here. So whether it's the Innovation Center, the entrepreneurs, a variety of different other departments throughout Texas A&M, we did have various different one-on-one touch points with them as well as the other groups like the McFerrin Center for Innovation. So I feel we do have a good representation of Texas A&M, and they'll be a partner in this, and they kind of have to be, right? They are our biggest competitive advantage for this community. So, we need to have them as a real partner moving forward, not only here with this Economic Development Master Plan, but you'll see that too with the Tourism Strategic Plan moving forward. But I do think we have had good conversations with the individuals at Texas A&M to incorporate them into this document.
And I actually think it was my question during the comprehensive plan process that requested this, that be fleshed out within the economic development portion, be fleshed out. And this was kind of the answer. There's a lot packed in here, a whole lot. And this is the first time that 4 of us have seen it in its, in its complete form. And there are overarching major strategy and major strategy points that I feel like we need to talk about. Like you've got a thing in here on real estate acquisition. Like we're going to a 1,000-acre industrial park. I mean, there's a lot of things. The housing action plan that's incorporated, we don't even have it yet. So we're agreeing to things as a body that we haven't, as a body, been able to discuss thoroughly. I don't necessarily disagree with anything in it, but I'm concerned that the document's pretty large. Can you speak to the real estate acquisition? What are you envisioning for that?
Yeah, so one of the things that came up there was a concern that, with now us completing the College Station Business Center, the Midtown Business Park may still be part in our industry focus, but whether or not we have enough land for other businesses to land within this community. And there's a variety of different approaches that you can take with that. You can look at existing land, maybe it's 20-acre tract here or 50-acre tract here that's existing within our community, or you could explore the opportunity of looking for a larger scale industrial business park, office park. So what is in the document is just that, to explore that option to see if that is truly feasible. Going out, taking a look, if there's land available, what that land may cost, how would you maybe put that under contract or option that land to allow it to maybe become a business park, how much it would cost to run infrastructure to it. So the plan is kind of outlining through the action items is really to explore that opportunity. It doesn't say that you are committing to building a 1,000-acre industrial park, but it's really exploring that opportunity to see if that's something that we want to move forward with.
How many action points are in this document?
130.
130. There's
150.
a lot of meat in that 130. There's a lot of talk of small business and incentivizing and pushing small business forward. As a small business owner, typically that means just municipalities and government stays out of the way. So how would you see incentivizing or encouraging your everyday small business, entrepreneurial startups, those types of things?
Yeah, so there's two of the pillars in there that they looked at. One is industry, one is innovation, right? And so, as we start to look at this, we need to be able to work with businesses in all stages of life, right? And so one of the key areas there that we see a struggle is finding a place for them to land, right? And one of the things is identifying particular areas that they could go in within the city in terms of maybe existing buildings. There are potential for incentivizing certain types of industries that are within our target industry sector where we see that having a huge advantage. So as we had mentioned, whether it's healthcare, whether it's aerospace, defense, national security, we identified a number of different industry sectors. So you can incentivize those types of business growth opportunities, not only for investing additional capital into, let's say, a new business or adding additional employees within their organization. On the other side, the smaller side, in looking at our regulations and making sure that those are in line with supporting the growth as we move forward with those businesses. You'd mentioned that, getting out of the way. So what are the things that are really creating challenges maybe for those businesses to grow, taking a look at those. Maybe it is we don't have enough land zone for a particular zoning district and identifying kind of what those might need to
Are
be.
these conversations that you're currently having or hearing from business owners, or are these things that we on the steering committee kind of just nebulously identified and think we need to explore further?
So I would say a little bit of both, right? And so as we started to look at what our targeted industry sectors are and where we need to grow, those are things that we had discussions with, not only with the steering committee, but also the stakeholders within this process. In terms of working with existing businesses, it is looking at different opportunities as it relates to maybe some of those regulations, maybe it relates to space needs that they need to have within the community. But I would say it's a little bit of both that we're hearing from existing businesses as well as what we've been seeing kind of looking forward.
Okay. One thing that I am curious, there is a line here in the threats, perception of Bryan as more business friendly. I hear that a lot. What is driving that perception? Can you give me 3 things that are driving that perception?
Yeah, so that was one of the things that we heard during stakeholder interviews. And I think one of the challenges with that is figuring out what that really means, right? And so does that mean, our development process is maybe too difficult? Is it permitting? Is it regulations? Is it fees? Is it because we don't provide incentives? Is it because we don't have enough land availability for those types of businesses? So while that was
more centered on development?
And that's what we need to figure out, right? And so there were some comments related as developments, but I think hearing that perception, we really need to pull out what that means. And so as we go through this process, there are things that we can do to figure out, okay, what are those challenges for those businesses or developers or, local builders that are in our community? What are the challenges that they're facing? So right now, it's kind of that perception, or it's kind of the off comment that it is a challenge to do, business here. We've got to take a step back and take a look at what are those specific issues that they may be facing. So
setting aside building and development, because that always is a tangled ball of wax over here. Is there something not builders and developers are experiencing is there anything that comes to mind through these conversations you guys have had? Erica's nodding.
Yeah, I think one of the other things, so some of the data that you pull in terms of travel time to work, that sort of stuff, that can have an impact on business friendliness within a community. So when they look at specific statistics through the data, those are things that you can take a look at that may have impacts on there. But kind of to your point earlier, I think we need to figure out what those issues are, whether they're real, whether they're perceptions, whether there's something in between. It's a challenge, so we've got to identify what those are. So maybe it is doing, a post-development survey and figuring out what worked, what didn't work. I think the other thing that we will continue to do, and I think we've got to really elevate, that they talked about doing the business retention and expansion opportunities, going in and meeting with these businesses to figure out what their true needs are to allow them to grow within our community. For a long time, we kind of delegated that responsibility from an industry recruitment to the Greater Brazos Partnership. I think from a city perspective, we need to be doing a lot more of that in-house to continue to develop those relationships with those businesses.
I noticed something that we've talked about, and I'm a huge proponent for over the last few months, is the possibility of exploring incentivizing an inpatient psych facility. I would love to see that be something that's itemized in the healthcare area.
What was it? I'm sorry.
An inpatient psychiatric facility. It's just not called out. We do have a shortage, as many communities do, of mental health resources. Michael, would it be normal to adopt something into the comprehensive plan that also is calling for us to follow through on the actions of a plan that is not yet reviewed, approved, or presented?
Which plan are you referring to?
The Housing Action Plan.
The housing plan has been adopted.
In its entirety? Okay, I thought they were still meeting and giving us.
The steering committee is meeting on implementation, not the plan itself.
Right.
Yeah, there is a steering committee active.
Okay, those are my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? Those, I guess, will wait, and then when we consider the action item. Michael, you have anything more to say? I appreciate the presentation. Please stay with us. I would like to call Mr. Cornelius forward, representing Planning and Zoning, because they heard this last week and recommended it forward, but there was some discussion there, and I've asked him as chairman to provide us some perspective and answer any questions they might have.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. Jason Cornelius, Chairman, Planning and Zoning. Yes, we did hear this last week, and after a very spirited conversation, we did pass this with a recommendation to bring it to y'all. It was a split vote, 4-3. I do want to commend Mr. Pasasic for standing in and fielding all of our questions. I do believe a large portion of those questions came from Councilwoman McElhaney's point a second ago. This is a very large and robust plan that was presented to the majority of the commission last week for the very first time. I had the benefit of being a part of the committee, and so I understood a lot of the conversations that we had where a lot of our commissioners did not. And so I think that's where a lot of the conversation came, a lot of where those questions came from was asking some of the questions that y'all have brought forth today of what this plan is, how it's going to be implemented, does it supersede anything? A lot of questions did come up on housing. And so we tried to bring it back into the point of what this plan is for, and it is just a piece of the larger comprehensive plan. And so with that conversation, we did recommend, with a split vote 4-3, to pass it along to y'all. And I'm available for questions.
Mr. White, you had a question?
Thank you, Mr. Cornelius. Would it be beneficial to have P&Z have more time to review this? I mean, 130 action items is a lot of action items to review. Split vote. I've talked to some of your members of the committee. You think it would be beneficial for the city to have y'all review it a little bit more in depth before we adopt this?
Yes, sir. I would have thought, I would have appreciated, especially hearing the conversation that the rest of my commissioners had, knowing that I was the only one that was on the steering committee, knowing that I knew what some of those conversations were, hearing their questions. Every single question that was brought up was valid, and I understood where they were coming from. I just also knew that in the position that we were at that commission at the time, and I even asked the question, what would happen to the timeline if we tabled it to bring it back? And we were given instructions that it needed to we could either give our recommendation or not. It was still coming forward to council tonight.
Do we have any other boards or commissions that have reviewed this document other than P&Z? I know when we talk about the comprehensive plan, there's several committees and boards that review it. Is there anybody else reviewing this?
Yeah, so because this is part of the comprehensive plan, Planning and Zoning does need to make a recommendation because they are the recommending body for the comprehensive plan. This plan has gone through the Economic Development Committee, which 3 members of the council are on. Also, as when we started this project, the way that this project was run through a steering committee that involved the Economic Development Committee, involved the chair of Planning and Zoning Commission, involved the chair of the Tourism Committee, as well as 4 business representatives kind of who would help steer this planning process as we go through the process. So when we went to stakeholders, brought that feedback back to the steering committee, got additional recommendations, but those are the boards and committees that it went through. It also went through a variety of different stakeholder groups, so we pull like real estate professionals together, educational service providers together. So So, but it did only go to Planning and Zoning Commission the initial time that Mr. Cornelius has indicated. This was also in front of council for kind of that check-in with the opportunity stage back in September as well.
I mean, I know we adopted a timeline to review it. Can we have more time? Can we have more time to review this? Can we have more time to allow P&Z to take a closer look at it?
I mean,
I think we're getting into the discussion that needs to be had after we have the public hearing, but go ahead and answer that question.
I guess my question is, I mean, we're not bound by any action tonight, correct? You're bringing it to us after P&Z met last week, just simply because that's the timeline that we adopted back a year ago in order to bring this forward. I mean,
Yeah, so it's
no
part of
other-
it's part of the approval process. So anything that, when it goes to an amendment through the comprehensive plan, you have to do notices, you have to do a public hearing. All of those things have taken place, the notice and public hearing of planning and zoning, and then here tonight. You don't have to adopt it tonight. You could provide direction to go back and have P&Z have additional time to review it. I do think, we had a pretty exhaustive steering committee that took a look at it that, included, members not only of a member of planning and zoning, our tourism committee, our local business community, as well as the members of the economic development committee. But there is no reason or like legal issue that you would have to adopt it this evening.
No, I think it's a good plan. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, let's keep our discussion for discussion.
Okay.
We haven't had the public hearing yet. You may find something in there. You have any other questions for Mr. Cornelius? Okay, let me, did I see any questions?
I'd like to ask him some questions.
Okay, well, very good. Go ahead.
Trying to decide whether to hold them for commentary.
We're going to have a discussion period after this, so if you're...
Is it your understanding, Mr. Cornelius, that TIP Strategies is a nationally renowned firm in this area?
Is it my understanding that they are, from everything that I was involved in, yes, sir.
Did you come away with this thinking, after this, what was for us an exhaustive process, that we needed to establish unique identity districts, we needed to see to our housing market? Were those a couple of the things that floated to the top for you?
Yes, sir. And going back to last week's meeting with the commissioners, that's why I pointed out I had the benefit of being a part of the committee and having those conversations and knowing what was going on where the rest of the commissioners didn't. So to Councilman, I understand where you're coming from in that, because I understood where the rest of the commission were coming from. But like I said, I knew being able to have those conversations that we had in the committee where the answers were coming from.
Did you come away with the sense through your experience on the steering committee that we needed to work better together with our neighbors that are really regional partners in economic development, kind of break down the silos of communication among all the entities?
Yes, sir.
Did you feel like we received feedback that we needed to build a business-friendly reputation?
Oh, yes, sir.
And that among the people that were interviewed, that was not a myth or a perception to them. They saw that as a reality. Did you get that impression?
I did, and I believe that was, again, some of those spirited conversations we had in the committee meetings, which I believe was added into some of their responses.
Did you come away with the sense that we needed to do more deals from an economic development perspective, that we had not been real active in the area of economic development, at least as compared to perhaps our peer municipalities?
I could tell that there's definitely need for the city of College Station to continue the business development as we continue to grow.
And did you come away with the sense that we needed to stem the loss of particularly the 25 to 34-year-old demographic, that we were losing population in that particular age bracket to outlying jurisdictions?
Yes, sir.
I think let's have the public hearing, come back and have a discussion if you want to bring Mr. Cornelius back into it. I get the point you're trying to make with his answers, but I do think we need to hear the public and do the public hearing. We'll come back and have a rich discussion. I certainly have some thoughts that I would like to say as well, and I'm sure the other two members that were on the committee would like to share some of their thoughts as well. So I will thank you very much.
Yes,
You
sir.
can just don't leave the building. Hopefully we'll get back to you soon and get this moved forward. This is a public hearing, so I'm going to open the public hearing. There is one individual, I believe, that signed up. Mr. Holt is here, wants to speak to this item 10.1, so I'll invite him for his 3 minutes to make his comments, and we'll proceed from there. We'll thank you very much. Appreciate
Thank
you
you,
being
sir.
here.
My name is Peyton Holt. I live at 1011 Wingfoot Drive here in the Pebble Creek neighborhood of College Station. Quick background so that you understand the dynamics, as I'm about to attack a couple different things. But please know that this is part one of a two-act play. I'm setting a foundation for another issue that I will come back to this council for later at the end of March. Grew up around Lubbock, went to school here at A&M, class of 10, got my master's in 11, went to University of Houston for law school, graduated there in 14, moved back in 17, worked at West Webb for a little bit, and then started my firm in 2020. So I live in Pebble Creek, but my office is in downtown Bryan. And so my motivation for you today, or to come and speak on this economic development plan, is to highlight a couple of things, but really to encourage you to be the leaders that the business community that is not directly related to Texas A&M needs for you to be. And I'll be more specific with that specifically here in just a minute. But looking over this plan, and if you look at the first page, okay, I've highlighted a couple of things, but one that jumped off the page to me is that it says the primary objective was to chart a course for long-term sustainability, moving beyond growth as a mere byproduct of the university expansion toward a future where the city is the active architect of the economy. And then, as Madam McElhaney noted, A&M is all over the place. If you look at innovation, if you look at industry, particularly those two incentives, or whatever they're called there, it's Texas A&M adjacent. We are always Texas A&M adjacent. Now, being the Aggie that I am and loving this community that I do, I'm well aware of the fact that we live in the economic shadow of Texas A&M. And while it is nice to be in the shade, you need sunlight to grow. My business cannot move to Bryan College Station, or to College Station, and recruit the 28 or 22 to 35-year-old young attorneys that we need to recruit, because there is not a business center for Bryan College Station. There's not a downtown, there's not a main street, there's not a square. We do not have it. And for the life of me, I don't understand it, because we're the only Texas town that I can't put my finger on it. So again, this is the first act, but if you look at map 2.2, in your deliberations of the comprehensive plan, 2.2, if you look for the business centers, it's the purple shaded areas. If you look for where that is in the map as we're planning this out, you will see that there are very specific areas that are designated for business. So, seeing that I have 12 seconds left, as you get presented with things, the thing that you can do, you're not going to get in the way. You just need to preserve these very specific areas. I'll shut up.
Go ahead. Just finish up your comments. And
to hear that we're going to have a baseball park come into one of these 5 business areas, to be honest with you, makes me want to pull my hair out initially. But then we see the Titletown thing. You go to downtown Indianapolis, and you see the possibility that it could fit into that dynamic and create those environments for us to attract the people that we need to, and not necessarily, there's plants, there's opportunities that are present that we could nurture and grow without having to bring them in. My firm can grow to a 25 to 40 person attorney. I just don't have the capacity to do it in College Station. So to your question of what is Bryan doing, they have, for lack of a better term, an aesthetic, a business environment where people want to be. I cannot hire attorneys to come to College Station to work in strip centers in South College Station. I can't pull them out of Houston. I can't pull them out of Dallas. Can't pull them out of San Antonio. I'm trying. But the best option that I have for my firm is to move them to Bryan and stay there. So again, I appreciate your time. I'll see you again when we come. I just wanted to lay the foundation of there's a very specific thing that's coming down the pipeline that I just want to encourage you to be protective over the areas that are few and far in between, because the alternative would be we have to go buy land somewhere else. So saying no is beneficial for long-term growth. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else who wishes to speak to council? This is a public hearing. Mr. Holt signed up to speak. No one else has, so I will close the public hearing. Reserve my right to speak as well, but let us have a discussion. There is an action item implied here. There is a resolution. I believe there's a resolution adopting this plan. Is that correct?
It's an ordinance amending the
An
comp plan.
ordinance amendment to, I assume there's an existing plan, so we're replacing the existing plan with this one. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Well, anyone else have any comments, or shall I just lead off? Mr.
Well, a
Mr.
question, okay, we're amending the plan. Is there an economic development chapter in the current comprehensive plan, or is this something new we're adding?
No, there's a chapter in the current comprehensive plan that adopts an economic development master plan, similar to what we have here tonight. That plan was adopted, I believe, in May of 2020, kind of middle or just start of COVID. A lot of things have changed. I would say that plan was more general in nature, where I think this particular plan is more strategic, it's more action-focused, and it's very specific on what we need to do, hence the reason why there are 150 different action items within it. But to answer your question, it is amending and replacing that particular economic development master plan.
Okay, thank you. And I do think a more strategic plan is a better way to be going. We've got a meeting scheduled to kick that implementation off tomorrow. So I mean, it's a good direction. 150, that's a lot. That's a lot to cope with. Is there a way we can prioritize that, or is that what the implementation workshop's about?
That's part of the implementation workshop. So to look at who our partners are, what those resources are going to be. As Mr. Karras had indicated, there's typically a dollar sign involved in kind of that implementation, like how much resources are going to be required. Coming back here, identifying different SLAs that may need to be required to carry out some of those action items. But yes, that will be part of the conversation tomorrow as we go through that.
Okay, thank you.
You're right, having comments? Mr. White? Mr. White?
Well, let me just continue. I think the plan's great. I think that a lot of stakeholders had input, but I think representatives from the city, either council or P&Z members, really kind of have an obligation to kind of review it in depth. I've looked at it. I haven't been able to go through all 130 action items. I would like to. I respectfully request that we have a little bit more time to review it. What that time is, I don't want to delay it. I mean, we can easily talk about it at the next meeting. I think we're scheduled to meet maybe at the end of March. That's plenty of time for us to come back and do it. Once again, I don't know if there is a specific deadline we're trying to meet, but that would be my recommendation.
Ms. McElhaney?
First of all, Michael, I don't want to give you the wrong impression. I am very excited that this has come to fruition. To Mr. Peyton Holt's comment, I actually have the same sentence highlighted here about where the city's the active architect of its economy. And so when I flipped through here and I saw how closely we're tied with the university, which I think that's not necessarily a mistake. I want to explore this with more of a independent focus, and I would like to do it with my peers up here. This is something that's going to become part of the guiding document of what every employee in the city looks to each day to determine what their job is. I do feel like it deserves more discussion at the, not necessarily a granular level, but there's a lot of action items in here that target major policy shifts potentially. I'm like 85% there already. I really just would appreciate the opportunity. I feel like, sometimes we get accused of maybe pulling something up to the dais for a vote prematurely. I think that maybe we did it to ourselves this time. I would like the opportunity to talk about it a little bit more.
Mr., I'm sorry, you done?
Am I done?
Oh, are you?
I'm
sorry, I thought I heard you were finishing, but go ahead.
No, I'm done. Last year we kept asking, you're like, okay, the plan's coming. So we've been waiting for this. I am very glad it's here.
Okay, Mr. Yancey, your turn.
Thank you, Mayor. Every now and then in your career, you come across, what in venture capital they call a purple squirrel. We found a purple squirrel in TIP Strategies. They held up a mirror to us, and it wasn't them saying what the mirror said. It was them asking the rest of the community, and collectively, 180 stakeholders? It was a huge number of people that y'all interviewed in total, or maybe that was individual instances of conversations. I think this plan is perfect for us. I think it's exactly what the doctor ordered. I think we need to be doing more deals. We need to be more aggressive. We need to be driving the bus. I think we've come a long way as a city, and we've done good. But imagine if we embraced and rolled out the red carpet for business and economic development activity and remade ourselves into what comes next. Inflection point is the perfect phrase. I'm 100% about everything in this plan. I do wish my colleagues had more time to review it. I kind of feel like that's part and parcel of what we do here, though, is you can't put every council member on every committee. We get updates on bikes and greenways and incorporate those things into plans, and I'm not familiar with the intimate details of them, but I recognize this is a legislative action, you name it. But I realize this is a big deal. Look, at the end of the day, if you go to the comptroller's website on Chapter 380 deals, the city of Bryan has 67, Waco has 69, we have 6. It is time for the city of College Station to embrace a new era of economic development, business friendliness, housing, business recruitment, jobs, 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 rooftops, rooftops, rooftops. That's where I'm at, and I'm ready to vote yay tonight, Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Schaefer?
Yeah, it's always hard to follow Bob. He's got a lot of good things to say. I commend you, Michael, and the committee for all the work that's put into this. And I agree with Bob that a number of our fellow council members were on this committee, and Mr. Cornelius was on the committee, and I trust that you all did a good job. I also agree with David and Melissa that I wish I'd have had more time to really dig into it. But I'm willing to go with it at this point to keep from slowing it down based on the trust I have in those around me. One of the things that Melissa brought up that I think may be evident, but it's not to me. She talked about Rebecca Dudensing being on the one sort of Texas A&M person being on the steering group. And I work with Rebecca, a tremendous respect for her. I think she probably made great contributions. I talked with her earlier today. She feels like the connections that have been made in this document to Texas A&M are legit, and she feels like the people there will contribute and be connected in ways that are productive. I noticed one of the slides that was put up talked about working groups moving forward. I think that was the last slide, and I'm wondering if we are going to have Texas A&M on every page, as several people have pointed out, and I get it. I've been a Texas A&M person literally my entire life. I also understand the counterpoint to that, but Having said that, are the working groups going to include more Texas A&M people moving forward? Should we be actively engaging? Because I get the sense that when it comes to facility use and some other things that we've had some differences on with the university, that maybe it hasn't been as connected as it should have been.
Yeah, so I think the working groups are going to have to include a variety of different Texas A&M individuals, as well as other community members that we have here. You know, looking forward, I mean, we had 6 different focus groups, just to kind of go through them real quickly. One was on business retention and expansion, recruitment, entrepreneurship and innovation, infrastructure, real estate investment, education and workforce development, economic sustainability, and then we also had a staff resource team. But each one of those working groups had a variety of different individuals, some from Texas A&M, a lot from the business community, developers, contractors within this community. But we do need to have different touch points within the university. The university is in this document multiple times because they are our largest competitive advantage, right? They are the reasons why this community exists. And I don't think we can back away for that. I think we need to lean into that because that is our biggest marketing tool as well, and how we're drawing people here and how we're drawing businesses here. And it's not a mistake or just a coincidence in why our targeted industry sectors align pretty well with what the university is doing as well. So we do need to have them involved throughout this process, but they need to be involved with other components of the plan as well.
Well, I agree, and I hope we can. And I think, you know, to Mr. Holt's point about why we don't have a downtown, just as a side note, this community was built around a university, not around a town square. And so we've never had a downtown in College Station. We tried with Wolfpen Creek. We've got something happening in Northgate, but none of that amounts to the kind of thing that you have in downtown Bryan. These communities developed very, very differently because of the university. So that's one answer to the question. Having said that, I completely agree that Texas A&M is a tremendous economic advantage, and it has been. This is a company town. And the company is Texas A&M, and it's pretty much as simple as that. Not to say that we shouldn't diversify, we should. Now, I mean, I guess the other thing I would say is the folks who are involved, and I don't know, you just said there are a number of important people who have been involved. I think it's critical to the extent that we can, that we get people from the university who are in key decision-making roles, you know, can actually be at the table and are the ones making decisions. It's a complex place, and it's really difficult sometimes to get those people's time, but that would be an important piece of it to the extent that we can.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
One last comment, Mayor.
Yes, Ms. McElhaney, and then I will have the last word.
I appreciate it. I have noticed there seems to be a new energy and a new synergy in the last, say, 6 months with the projects that we've been working on with A&M, and so far as just the partnerships and the speed at which we've been able to implement things like the Savannah Bananas coming and the U.S. Track and Field. I feel like that we are being seen more as a partner, and I am optimistic about the future of us being able to collaborate effectively with them. I just want to make sure that they're tied into this too.
Well, thank you very much. One of the penalties you pay for being mayor is you got to sit in the middle and listen, and you can't say anything. If I were sitting in seat 5, I would give Bob's speech just as vociferously as he did, because I believe that we have to understand that this is a plan. The 130 action items, or whatever there is, will be evaluated and prioritized. There will not be any significant implementation that costs money that this body will not review, either through budget process, strategic planning, regular updates from the Chief Development Officer. It does guide the resources that the Chief Development Officer has in terms of implementing some of these larger strategies. But if you think about the 130 action items, I don't know that these are options. We aren't going to ever implement 130 of these. They're going to implement maybe 30 of them in great detail over the next 5 years. And that's other than the initiatives that the staff takes itself. As Bob said, as Councilmember Yancey said, we operate with council subcommittees, and we trust the council subcommittees, and there were 3 of us on that, and a much larger steering committee to kind of work with the consultant and with staff to kind of bring this thing forward as a plan. you can take another month to think about, well, I would have changed this line, or I don't think we should do all 130. I would take some of those out. But I think what you need to do is sit back and think of this as a set of options, giving a lot of strategic direction that we need to do something in these 4 areas, and here's 30 different actions you could take. You're not going to take all 30 of them within that area of identity, industry, Ignite, and whatever the other one is I'm missing of the 4 I's. So to me, it's pretty simple. It's a plan. It's a great update. It reflects, I think, a strong strategic vision. Mr. Holt made the point that we need to keep working at differentiating ourselves from being wholly a company town, which I worked for the university for 44 years, so I understand what he's saying. But we still do recognize that a lot of our leverage, a lot of our advantage is to take the talent and the ideas and the intellectual property and try to figure out how to put that in place and keep it here in College Station, preferably, but the larger community as well. So I'm fully supportive of moving along. I understand there'll be questions about every one of those 130 items. I certainly don't believe that it's a good use of P&Z's time to go back and ask them to dig into it. If you're concerned about things, it's these 3 members of the committee and the steering committee that guided it that probably would be the more beneficial reviewers, but they've already reviewed it. And if I'm not mistaken, I think the 3 members of the subcommittee have certainly endorsed it to move forward in their actions. I think that was in the cover sheet to P&Z. P&Z had a lot of questions. I understand that. You have some questions, but it's still just a plan. And planning, the old adage is plans are nothing, planning is everything. So you start out with a plan, and every year you're revising that, updating it, and thinking about it by basically selecting among those options that are placed in there. So, to me, I don't have the same hesitation, but I admit that I am number one biased by the idea that planning is very useful, but is not the end game. The end game will come when you're asked to spend $10 million on a business park somewhere. Well, it won't even get that far if we haven't had a discussion of whether that's a good idea. But I think we need to move the thing forward, and so they'll just stop there and say that this council will have lots of opportunity to review initiatives that will be taken under that plan, and we expect the Chief Development Officer to bring those to us at various stages. So that's my position. I will be voting to approve it. Go ahead. You want to respond? That's good. This is what a debate is.
This is a debate. We have a discussion now. So it is my understanding that this is an extension of a current plan that we currently have. And when was the last time that we reviewed the Economic Master Development Plan?
So the Economic Development Master Plan was in 2020, the last time we adopted it. This plan will replace that plan.
Okay, so my point, Mr. Mayor, and with all due respect, I totally agree with you. It's a plan. This body has the opportunity to modify that plan at any time. I had an opportunity to visit with citizens this week about another plan that we have. That plan was adopted about 15 years ago. I think this is going to be discussed for years to come. Okay? I know we can modify it. I am not opposed to this plan. I just want a little bit more time. I just want one extra meeting to review some of the things. I would totally agree with you. I don't think we have to send it back to P&Z, because some of the questions that I have, I would love to be able to talk to my colleagues up here about it. But just to say that we're going to be able to change this plan, this is a document that people will be referring to, just like the comprehensive thoroughfare plan. It's going to be hard to get something off of here if we don't really deliberate now about it and then try to come back and change it at another time. So once again, from a point of order, I would like to have the council at least vote on delaying it one meeting. If that vote fails, then we can take another vote on adopting this and moving forward with it.
It's- Respectfully to my esteemed colleague, that wouldn't be a point of order, it'd be a motion to table to a date certain, correct, Mayor? But if you're calling,
If he wishes to make such a motion.
I would like to make a motion that we table the approval of this plan to date certain next,
You probably want to not table it, just postpone it.
that's right, my bad.
Where's postponed?
postpone, thank
Right.
you. Postpone until the next council meeting.
March
March
26th.
26th.
March 26th?
26, same day of the month as it is this month because of, February. Okay, there's a motion. Do I hear a second? I don't hear a second, so that motion will not proceed. Do I hear a motion to approve the document?
Move to approve the comprehensive plan to add this economic development agreement, Mayor.
A second.
Second from Mr. Smith. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Do you wish to speak any further, or do you feel like you've already spoken enough to that? Ms. McElhaney would like to make a comment, so I will defer to her.
I would like to thank you for clarifying how this will work, and I look forward to seeing a lot of discussion as particular and specific items are brought forth.
Thank you very much. Any further comments? Seeing none, the chair will ask for a vote. On the motion is made to approve the economic development plan, and those in favor signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye. And opposed? Did I see your hand raised or you're abstaining? You did, okay. So the motion carries unanimously. We've now approved that document. As I understand it, Michael, remind us what happens tomorrow?
Tomorrow we'll have the steering committee back in session, as well as a variety of different stakeholders who are involved in the implementation of the plan. So we'll roll out kind of all the different action items to have a discussion with those major stakeholders and start to identify who are going to be the leads on particular action items and who are going to play a support role.
So 8:30 tomorrow morning in 4141?
12:07.
Oh, it's over 12:07?
We'll have a large
The
group.
whole steering committee?
Mhm.
Oh, well, we
Mayor.
got enough chairs in there. That's good. Yes, sir?
I have an unfortunate conflict that I'm going to miss at least half of that meeting, and it's unavoidable. Would it be appropriate for one of my colleagues not on the steering committee or on the economic development
Is
subcommittee?
this a public meeting? I don't think there's any objection. Is it?
It's a public meeting, yes.
And so it's posted?
posted.
Posted, so any council member that wishes to sit in and listen is welcome, I guess.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Did you want us there? We got an invite to be there.
Yeah, absolutely.
So yes,
Okay,
you
so
want it
you're all-
there,
I-
or we can be there.
I knew I was invited, but I'm on the steering committee, so if you guys have already got an invitation, please feel free.
Yeah, we're invited to
To
a
be-
lot of stuff.
To be, if you feel,
You're more than welcome to come tomorrow. We encourage it.
That's different than we
Okay.
would love to see you there.
okay, that clarifies that. So it may be standing room only, but we'll roll some more chairs in. Thank you very much, Michael, and thank you to the TIP team to be here to make that presentation. And you'll be here tomorrow morning as well, I think, to follow up with the next stage of the implementation side. So I think we're in great shape, but clearly there's interest and enthusiasm for figuring out which of these things we do first, and that's what I'm hearing from my colleagues here. With that, and I know the next item won't take very long, but I got to call a break for about 5 minutes, and then we'll do the item 10.2, so we'll be right back. We're adjourned for 5 minutes. In recess for 5 minutes. So we're back in session. Item 10.2 is presentation, discussion, possible action on a letter of intent with the Station Baseball LLC relating to a baseball and softball complex in the Midtown Business Park. So this is an LOI. Mr. Ostrowski has the floor.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Michael Ostrowski, Chief Development Officer. As you had mentioned, this will be a letter of intent with the Station Baseball LLC, and what the letter of intent does is kind of outlines the key terms that we'll move forward with in a negotiation for another agreement, the Economic Development Agreement, as well as a real estate agreement and a lease agreement for this particular project. Just to give you a high-level overview of kind of where this is located on the eastern side of the current Midtown Business Park. You can see the general site layout that they're looking to do, and then future development opportunities in front of that. The city owns the 200 acres within the Midtown Business Park, and this property that they're looking at doing the baseball softball complex will encompass just over about 90 acres. Will include recreational activities and lodging, field and training, as well as 9 different fields, one of which would be the championship field, and part of the conversations that we've had with the Brazos Valley Bombers to play their home games at that particular location. So just want to kind of zoom in a little bit and kind of how the LOI is structured, 2 different terms in terms of the land. On the left-hand side, the hospitality and amenities site, that is intending for the city to sell the developer that portion of the site that is about 30 acres in size. On the right-hand side is the baseball and softball complex site. The intent there is to do a longer-term lease with the developer, and then at the conclusion of that lease, the land and improvements would revert back to the city. The red line is the approximate area of where that will kind of divide, and that'll be further discussed as we go through the economic development agreement in the next few months. Here's just a kind of a artist rendering of kind of how the site is starting to take shape. You can see the 9 different fields, 5 smaller fields, 4 larger fields, one of which being a championship. And then around the lake, you'll have a number of different lodging opportunities, kind of cabin-style development. The one thing on this site, plan number 15, the event center, is not intended to be part of phase 1. That is a future potential as they look at and see kind of what the market and how this site continues to progress, where additional lodging opportunities could be with some additional event space on that site. Just a few aerial renderings of what the site could look like. Okay, so I'll go through kind of the key proposed terms within the letter of intent. As Ed mentioned, it's broken out from a land incentive. 63 acres would be for lease for the baseball and softball complex site, and then a 50-year lease with option for 10-year extension. The 30-acre site for the hospitality and amenities portion would be intended to be sold at $20,000 per acre. Current value of the site itself, when we did the last appraisal, is about $150,000 an acre for that property, undeveloped. In terms of city financial incentives, the city would provide up to $20 million of reimbursement for public purpose improvements. These would be for the improvements that would go on to the baseball and softball complex site. There'd also be a 10-year property tax abatement for the baseball and softball complex only, not on the hospitality site, but only on the site, kind of on the right-hand side there. There would be clawbacks for non-performance, and no city funds would be used for the hospitality site. And then the city would be responsible for off-site utilities and roadway improvements to basically come off of Midtown Drive and then connect up to this site to access the site, both in terms of roadway improvements as well as water and other utility improvements. The developer commitments, they'd raise about $10 to $20 million in equity and secure additional financing, $35 to $50 million total project cost, probably going to exceed that, especially when you add in the hospitality component. They would be responsible for any cost overruns. They would be responsible for all operations, maintenance, and long-term capital replacement. They would maintain at least a 12-month debt service reserve to ensure that and ensure that no more than $30 million of debt is placed on the baseball and softball complex side. So not only do they have to include kind of that debt service reserve to ensure that they can continue to make payments on that site, we want to ensure that there's no more than $30 million worth of debt on the baseball and softball side of the project. Public access, one of the other key things with this project, one of the key drivers was, a tourism draw, being able to draw significant, baseball tournaments and softball tournaments throughout the calendar year. But one of the other key benefits of this particular deal was providing access to local baseball leagues and clubs and softball clubs within the community. So they would allow public access Monday through Friday during the evening hours at rates comparable to city facilities. The city would have access available on weekends, if they were available those weekends, and to know that if they were available, the developer would provide the city a rolling calendar of about 6 to 12 months. And really the intent there too is as we go out from our tourism side of things in our sports division within Visit, we can go out and sell that space too from additional tourism and trying to bring those tournaments within the community. And then also, as I mentioned with the championship field, the Brazos Valley Bombers would be granted access to the championship field for their home games. So as we go through the negotiations with the development agreement and kind of sale and lease agreements, we'll also have to work out an agreement with the Brazos Valley Bombers for the use of that field. And that agreement could be a tri-party agreement, or it could just be a agreement between the Brazos Valley Bombers and the Station Baseball LLC. So we'll work that out over the next few months here. Economic impact, the developer is planning to host about 30 tournaments a year, hopefully be up to that number within about 3 years. The estimated economic impact that we ran is about $28 million annually, and about 60,000 hotel rooms annually that it could drive to this community. One of the things within there too, so tournament hotel stays, we want those to be required to stay within the College Station city limits. Operations and facility management, as mentioned, developers are going to be responsible for all the daily operations and staffing and maintenance. Developer would prioritize the tournament programming and maintain kind of high quality fields. City would have the ability to inspect those fields to make sure that they're continuing to meet the maintenance requirements. And then in terms of capital responsibility, developer would also maintain a capital reserve fund. Typically with turf, it's got to be replaced every 7, 8, 9, 10 years. So we want to make sure that those things can be replaced on a needed basis. And then also within the agreement, the city, for any future capital replacements like turf, the city may contribute to those future improvements at its discretion, and that'll be worked out through the agreements as well. So kind of next steps and what we're looking here today is really, this is the beginning, kind of the outlining the terms of the negotiation moving forward for the economic development agreement, the real estate contract that would be for the hospitality side of the site, as well as the lease agreement for the baseball and softball portion of the site, and then the agreement with the Brazos Valley Bombers. So after the LOI, if that is approved tonight, because we did not go through an RFP process and did not get a lot of the core information up front, the developer would then be required to submit, a business plan, financials, and all of the required information that we typically require through an RFP process within 30 days following the approval of the LOI. The developer is also performing a market study, a third-party market study, to determine the market demand for these fields and how many tournaments that they can realistically pull into this community and kind of what those impacts would be. That market study is probably going to take an additional 90 to maybe 120 days or so to get completed. And then throughout this process, once we get the core information back that is typically required through an RFP, and the market study, then the city can adequately analyze, the elements of the deal and the business plan and the financials to determine the feasibility of this project moving forward, and then move forward with the negotiation of those economic development agreements, the real estate contract, as well as the lease agreement for the baseball and softball portion of the site.
Okay, so that's the overview of the LOI. Any questions for staff? We've all got a copy of it. Yes, sir. Well, I saw Mr. Yancey first, so I'll ask him to speak
Thank you,
first.
Mayor.
Question?
Excellent presentation, Michael. Thank you. Lightning round with lightning answers, please. How much was the taxpayer about to spend before we pivoted to this as a potential plan on the 3 ballparks at Veterans Park?
Approximately $35 million.
And how many baseball fields does this project constitute?
9.
And what's the city's capital outlay exposure for those 9 fields?
So our payment would be $20 million worth of the cash incentive, the discounted land, as well as the use of the leased land. And then we're anticipating probably somewhere between $15 or so million worth of infrastructure improvements to get the roadway as well as the utilities to the site. Now, that roadway and utilities would likely have to have been constructed anyway for additional development that would have occurred within the Midtown Business Park.
That took one of my questions from the lightning round away. So we were going to spend the money on infrastructure one way or the other at some point in the future, correct?
Unless you only had a single developer taking the whole site.
Okay. Good point. Thank you very much. And then we have a company in town that manages these private tournaments and does so and promotes them and runs them and does so at volume. Is that correct? Called 12 Baseball?
And I can let them speak to the specifics on that, but yeah, they run a league in the community.
Okay. Last question. Would this be the largest economic development deal in the history of the city of College Station?
I would say this is probably the city's largest outlay of funds and capital for any project, yes.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Mr. White?
Exciting to have baseball. Exciting. Couple of questions for you. First of all, on the hospitality side of the plan, I read your diagrams show cabins, but I also read there'd be RVs. Are there any RVs going to be in this area, or is it just going to be cabins?
You want, I'll invite them to
Oh,
come
you
forward
want
and make a
them? Okay,
presentation, so.
No, I'll let them
Okay.
present. Thank you.
Let's go ahead, if you've got a presentation plan, Thomas, or just answer questions.
He's here for any questions. He doesn't
Okay,
have a
well then,
specific
come on forward and
presentation.
answer that question then. Good.
The direct answer on the RVs is it was really speculative. It's really an added service for summer tournaments for high school baseball because families travel and they're week-long tournaments and most people work, and it just becomes a cheaper alternative. We're reserving the right in the, I don't know if there's a laser on here. I'll just point. So where it says hospitality and amenity sites in blue on the far left side, there's a corner right there. It is a potential future. It's not, we're still debating whether we do that or not.
For RVs?
Yeah.
So if you elect to do that, would folks be able to use those during the fall, during A&M football games? Can we, are you planning, will that turn into an RV, not an RV park, needless to say, it will not be an RV park, but can
short-term
transient folks that are moving through College Station use that area?
We're speaking definitely speculatively, but I can answer that question with an abridged side. The cabins as well, it's like during A&M games, there's not enough hotel spots in town to satisfy A&M football games. We would not run tournaments during those times. We would use these cabanas, casitas setups to actually satisfy the overflow of typical A&M games and not run tournaments. The same could be said if we choose to move forward with the RV slips, but the intent is not long lease term, they would be short lease term. So if somebody were coming in for a football game, yes, it would more than satisfy for that usage.
Who will be managing all of that area? Is that going to be your company that will
Yeah.
be doing that?
Internally, our company, the Station LLC is what we branded for this, but we actually have general managers set up, one over hospitality, one over the entire project, and doing a bunch of stuff internally, yes.
Is it right to say that you're going to have the tournament host be in College Station? How can you mandate that the tournament host stay in College Station?
As far as state of play, state
Yeah.
of play is a typical concept that happens across all sports. Typically, you mandate if it's over a certain mileage away. Like the hard part is if you live in Houston, if you're willing to commute back and forth, that's fine. Our intent is to make this an immersive entertainment experience that people will want to come and stay.
Mhm.
So instead of just showing up for a game and then trying to figure out what they do for the next 4 hours, we're actually trying to create an immersive environment that they'd actually want to stay. So coming on Friday nights before because there is additional add features to experience while you're there.
Mhm.
So that is the intent, but the state of play concept is not foreign to any other sports, and the concept is that in the tournament bookings, there is, you have to. It is basically, if you are past a certain mile marker, it is not feasible to drive back and forth.
Gotcha.
And you require it in your tournament registration bookings.
Very excited. This is going to change College Station. Thank you so much for all you've done.
Thank you.
Other questions for staff or for Mr. Rogers?
Mr. Rogers, oh, go ahead.
Ms. McElhaney?
Just a quick one. I am very impressed with the way this has come together. I think in the early conversations I'd had with you, Thomas, you were actually shocked and just waiting for it to not come together. You know, I think our city manager actually had this idea before any of the rest of us based on he wasn't sure. I'm going to invoke the data center here for just a second. But even before that vote happened, you know, I think he had the thought in his head, and then you jumped on it, and then council jumped on it. It was a nice segue from where veterans had its own set of challenges that, you know, we were moving forward there, but it was not ideal. And, you know, I'm not a baseball person, but I think this could turn me into one. I'm really excited about the project. I'm excited about something coming together with that public-private partnership, and I'm excited about how fast it's coming together. This is not, it's the first thing since I've been on council that we have moved along on this timeline, and I know it's a challenge and there's a lot to do, but I'm excited.
Thank you, Ms. McElhaney. Mr. Yancey, I think you had a question?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Rogers, how many sports fields, this being the largest economic development deal the city has ever done, at least quality of life econ dev deal, how many sports fields, this impressive team that you arrayed in your qualification statement that we received from the city manager today, how many sports field has that team been involved in the construction of?
If you were to count all of them with their own individual portfolio, thousands. I have Jared Hunt with Symmetry Sports. They are field builders. They are the Texas licensed AstroTurf installer, as in they are the only people that install AstroTurf in Texas. And if you were to think of what a sports turf name is, that's the only one that I could think that comes to mind, even though I know another dozen smaller subsidiaries. They're responsible for thousands of builds. They are the firm that was retained to do College Station's baseball and softball field that was just completed. They're the firm that was retained to do Consol's baseball and softball field just completed. They are also Penberthy Fields. They did, the architect for our project was the architect that did Travis Bryan Park, the youth fields, just like a few years ago. They have multiple projects across the state as well in the athletic realm. I submitted to staff our SOQ for qualifications, and if you get to the bottom of it, it's kind of a long list, 26 pages. You'll start experiencing what the depth of this grouping behind the scenes is made of and their capabilities.
Of those thousands, and maybe you should answer it, how many were institutional projects? What percentage roughly? Ballpark it for me, pun intended. School districts, cities, or public institutions of any kind? What percentage would you say?
I would probably venture to guess in a rough amount. Majority of ours are school districts across the state of Texas. That's just kind of the nature of the business right now. But we do have quite a few. I'd say 20 to 30%. I mean, City of Melissa, for example, is one. City of Texarkana is another one. Lufkin. We can go down the list of some city projects as well.
So I have to take my excited about this project hat off and set it down and represent the taxpayer. How many times have any of those in your interdisciplinary team left an institutional client holding the bag? Let the record reflect, you said 0. And finally, if we ultimately award this contract, can you give us your word as a businessman and assure the taxpayers of College Station that you'll bring this project home?
I have been a resident of College Station for 28 years. I have been a business owner in this community for 25 years. I feel like I can stand up here confidently and say I am College Station. I'm doing this for our community. I'm doing it for our kids. I'm doing it for our reputation. I'm doing it because it's what's needed to been done for years in this community. I stand wholeheartedly and say that I'm giving my heart and my soul to make this work, and I fundamentally believe in it. Furthermore, part of my requirements before you guys is to do a feasibility study and an economic revenue study. I've already engaged the firm. They're a national firm. They are the national firm. They're called Sports Facility Companies to do that said thing, as in I've already signed the dotted line with them to move forward. Part of that process is they're going to validate our pro formas so that they can use market national studies to validate our modeling to confirm that this is financially viable. And for record, this company is also the same company that does the management of Legends Event Center in Bryan. That one of their added services, they actually manage and take care of facilities across the nation. So it's not somebody from a far away, another part of the country just giving credence to numbers and validating numbers. These are people that have a deep understanding of what our local Bryan College Station community is all about.
Well, we're gonna hold you to it should we move forward, and with that, I'll put my excited hat back on.
Awesome.
Thank you.
I have another question. Do you have a question?
One more verification. Did I hear correctly that outside the conference center, this is all going to be built at once? This will not be phased in?
So when we initially started this, we realized that the feasibility makes it almost nearly impossible. The truth, at a typical stance, a baseball tournament facility does not inherently make money. Most of these facilities are built by cities, and then you have an operator that comes in and tries to make up revenue. We have actually modeled this in such a way that we do make money. The way that we justify making sure that we are absolutely profitable is the overlay on the other side. And so the simple answer is our model shows that the tournament facility makes money, but it creates a slight risk. When we add the layer of opportunity to create an entertainment zone that is cohesive and immersive by having on-site housing and amenities, it creates the buffer of the economic buffer to justify the entire project. Does that help make sense?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Well, I have you here, Thomas. Just speaking of the LOI only, which is all that's on the table tonight, you saw Michael's list of items there. You've negotiated, you guys have been talking back and forth. Yeah. Is there anything you see in what his description was of what's in the LOI regarding dates and times and deliverables that you're not comfortable with?
I'm comfortable with it since we did engage sports facilities.
Right.
We're probably looking at an 8 to 10 week plus a 2 to 3 week on the back end, because so whatever, let's say the long term would be 10 plus 3, so we may be at 13 weeks. So it may be a hair bit, but that was also their conservative number. It could be in before that.
Right. But the other items about accessibility and that
No,
sort
I'm
of thing.
good. Honestly, this is
what you wanted.
Well, this is honestly built for our community.
Right.
This satisfies so many conditions that we need here. So yeah, I'm good being a partner with College Station on
Great.
this.
I just wanted to know if there was anything in there that you were not comfortable with. It looks like you have worked out all your adjustments and conditions with Mr. Ostrowski and the staff. So it comes before us as council members. Any further questions for Mr. Rogers or staff?
I would like to move approval, Mayor.
I have a motion to approve the LOI as presented. Second by Mr. White. Do you wish to speak to your motion or just move on?
One last thing, I'm excited about what this will do for Midtown. I mean, it really does give us the seed of something pretty exciting that could be much bigger than this baseball complex, so I'm
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor regarding the approval of the LOI as presented in our in our agenda packet. All those in favor signify by saying aye and raise your hand and hold it up.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations, Thomas and Michael, staff. We're moved on. Well, I guess this is not the beginning, and certainly not the end. It's the end of the beginning, perhaps, on this whole project. So I'm happy to see it put in place, and we'll look forward to the discussion of the Economic Development Agreement as soon
Didn't
as it
Churchill
comes
say
forward.
that first, Mayor?
Excuse me?
Didn't Churchill say that first?
Well, I don't know. If he did, he's certainly older than I am. Maybe not by much. Okay. All right, we've got that item taken care of, and thank you all for that. And we move on to item 10.3. Again, presentation, discussion, and possible action on a resolution authorizing city manager to approve expenditures over $100,000 for major tourism events that will stimulate the local economy. That cover sheet, if you read it, includes a specificity that we're talking about hotel occupancy funds only, so we're not talking about other general revenue funds in this resolution. Mr. Woods, you have a little overview you want to give us?
Yeah, but first, I want to probably do something you're not really supposed to do and go back to the last item and just say, I am super excited about this, but I do have one bone to pick. When this all got started months and months ago, and we first talked about making this possible, I said, look, this could work, but it's going to take a lot. These guys have certainly been willing to do that. But Matt also said he would wear his uniform to this meeting, and he did not.
Oh.
Already
So-
welshing?
Maybe when the Economic Development Agreement comes forward.
Just saying. All right, so thank you, Mayor and Council. So the item you have before you is a little different. So as you know, as your Chief Executive Officer, I am empowered to sign any contracts that you pass or anything up to $100,000, right? I can sign things over that amount. It has to retroactively be approved by you guys. But that really is only for emergency items, things that just can't wait for proper posting and things that are going on. So what we've seen over the past year and even more recently, specifically in the case of Texas A&M and some exceptional events that we've been able to partner with them on, is that sometimes opportunities come up and the ability to commit to those incentives has to happen quickly, maybe even sometimes without the ability to call a meeting and have you guys vote on them. Sometimes it's not an actual full commitment and we are able to get back to you, but they want to see us sign. Savannah Bananas is one that we had an opportunity on. Again, we've been fortunate to this point that they've fallen under my statutory limits, but as we look at greater events and see the possibilities that are out there, we think that there will be some that may require a commitment above that. So what we brought to you, we tried to provide, again, I think it's clear, it needs to be clear that it's specifically as it relates to HOT funding and for large-scale tourism events. So this has nothing to do with any of the other general fund expenditures or any of that. That's still capped at 100. We talked about, we took this to the Tourism Advisory Committee. We put 250 as the cap. We talked about 500. I feel more comfortable with 250. I think that's a substantial amount of money, and anything above that, I feel like we need the time to be able to come to council and get your approval for that. So that's what this does. Tourism Committee recommended it unanimously. I think everybody understands the path that we're on, and I think it's a really promising one. And I think also it's important to know that the intent is to use this only when time doesn't allow. But if somebody is requesting something over $100,000, and we have the runway to be able to bring it to the Tourism Advisory Committee for their recommendation and to the council for their approval, that's still the way we want to do these things. But I think we also want it to be clear that we are capable of acting quickly if we can. We put on there that the city manager may consult with the mayor and the Tourism Advisory Chair. Obviously, it's not a have to, but that way, you can get the sense of, hey, are we in the right ballpark, no pun intended, when it comes to these things. And so this is something for you guys to consider. Obviously, we can't operate and have been operating without it, but it's just another tool, and I'll leave it to you all for questions or discussion.
Other questions?
Just for you, Mayor, not for the city manager.
Oh, for a question to me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it's an item on the agenda to vote on. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Why wouldn't we just make it to where the city manager would call the mayor when it did exceed the $100,000 threshold as it related, exactly as we have outlined here, but the city manager just
Include
calls
that
you and gets your,
If the city manager's not out of telephone range, it's easily done. So if you want to put mayor or mayor pro tem on that,
sure,
then you would add that to the resolution?
yes, sir.
So does that change the amount, or is we talking the
No,
same
no.
amount?
No.
So you're asking that the mayor be the one that approves it?
No, well, that's the question. Are you asking that he just consult with the mayor? If the mayor says no, what happens then? Then it has to go with full council, or it just gets abandoned?
I would say it gets abandoned.
Well, let me hear from others. I'm generally in agreement with the need for the speed of business decision-making.
I generally
agree with that.
I generally am too. I'm just wondering why we
I
can't
guess it's possible
pick up the phone.
that whatever mayor may be in the office at that time, that they may have a different analysis, but perfectly honest with you, the mayor does not know the background of it, which is fine. The city manager would be responsible for explaining why he's asking for that.
To be clear from my standpoint, I think it says may with the mayor or the tourism advisory chair. I think it's incumbent upon me to try to do that. So I guess there's some scenario in which I can't get a hold of you or something. I mean, that'd be really fast. Because what we're really facing here is the statutory piece of it. It's not like somebody's calling and saying within the next 10 minutes I need to know. I think my question would just be kind of that. Is it I'm letting you know, or is it if you say no, then that's a no?
Well, if you're just talking about consulting with the mayor, that's fine. You're putting the mayor in the decision-making framework, that's a little different situation, because the mayor does not have the background that the city manager has by regular negotiation with the requester or the event sponsor, whoever that may be. In a lot of these cases for large events, we're talking about the university.
And it's
So
solely
I'm not terribly excited about anything beyond being aware of it, but beyond that, I don't know there's a need for any change. Go ahead, please, if you add your thoughts. I'm open.
I would be strongly in favor of just consulting with the mayor. I don't think it's the role of of council to get into day-to-day operations. I believe that is kind of the role that we ask you to play. I think notifying the mayor, mayor pro tem, tourism committee chair, I think that's very appropriate. But to start setting policy which would allow us to kind of get into the day-to-day, ultimately this will probably come out in our budget discussions and stuff like that. So I support the 250 with the consultant with the mayor.
Yeah, I hesitate to be a voting member, which is really, maybe to take it to the extreme of what Bob's suggesting, when I'm simply the mayor representing the entire council. Being consulted is fine. Now explain to me, though, the ratification process. Once you enter into a contract, you agree to spend $250,000.
Well, let's say it was $150,000. I mean, you are in these scenarios giving me the authority to do it. So
There's no
so
ratification?
That is it. It'd be the same as, I
Okay,
guess
same
I'll
as
give you-
$100,000 now.
So
Yeah.
in my mind, it would be the same process as when we had the request for Savannah Bananas, which was within my statutory limits. At that point, basically, I mean, if you guys remember, and this would be what we would do, I think I told you, because we had a meeting, here's what's going to happen. And then I sent all of you an email saying, hey, I'm about to do this, because even though it falls under my authority, it's a little different than me purchasing water line because we have a break. So I think that's the way it would happen.
The only concern I have is already covered, and that is that we're explicitly talking about hotel occupancy funds that are in a fund balance that we know about, and that we have, I guess, a fairly liquid fund balance that's not already appropriated. I mean, you obviously can't go beyond what's appropriated in a fund balance, and 250,000 is well within the typical fund balance that exists that's unappropriated. As long as it stays with that, I'm happy with the way it is.
In addition, there are limits to what you can spend those dollars on. So it,
Right.
Yeah.
so there's constraints on what those funds can be used for in any case.
Right, and I think, again, going back to this,
And that would be part of my consultation is, hey, this doesn't fit under any of those 10 items. He'd have to make the case that it does.
Yeah, and realistically, I think the preference and the policy we should go forward with is that anything possible that can come to this council should come to the council. So, I mean, this is, if we get an opportunity and it makes sense, then we do it, but I think that's the thing that we need to be clear too, is my end goal actually would be that at some point this sunsets, unless it just is working well, because we are able to get into a rhythm that doesn't put us on those kind of timelines.
You have a question or comment on this subject?
Yeah.
Okay, please, weigh in.
So how would the tourism committee have reacted had we missed the opportunity to have the Savannah Bananas come because you couldn't access hot tax funds fast enough?
Yeah, and we had this discussion. I think they were all very supportive. Somebody pointed out to me, it may have been Caps, that they made a motion in the midst of my explanation. And I think it probably speaks to where we are, which is everything so far has been kind of what the intent is. And in discussions with them outside of this specifically, I think what we realize is when it comes to leisure events, one of the biggest things we can do is provide funding. So I think they were supportive of the types of things that could be here. I think where you run afoul is if we put $250,000 to an event that everyone didn't agree on, and I would also say that part of my job is just because I can spend an amount of money doesn't mean that I will. And if somebody says I'd like $150,000 for the, I'm not going to use an example. I thought of one in my head, but there's no way that's going to be a good idea. For something that I don't think that I'm sure that would be a community benefit and the council would support, then I'm just going to say, well, I can do it, but that doesn't mean I'm going to. So I think they are supportive of the types of things we've done.
Isn't it also true, though, that on the $100,000 allowance you already have, that you can sign contracts, what percent of those contracts are already in the appropriated budget, and you're just, for efficiency reasons, you're signing them, they don't get on our consent agenda? If it's over $100,000,
Yeah.
it goes to our consent agenda, or buying inventory for electrical or whatever, you can't sign those contracts, but you
Right.
can sign things under 100,000, but aren't most of those appropriated?
Yeah, we still have to have appropriations for them, yes.
But you don't have an appropriation for this specific case, so that's the reason for maybe the
Right.
question about consultation. But I don't really want to put the mayor in the decision-making framework. I think consultation is good enough.
I think what's a little bit different about this, although hot funds could certainly be used for different things, it's a narrower amount of things that they can be used for. So you do have that money sitting there in a fund balance, which is a little bit different than maybe, spending $95,000 over and over and over, and then you guys coming to the budget and realizing that the fund balance got spent down by 10 million at, 95,000 at a time.
Right. Well, I'm happy with the resolution as it's written, so I don't see a need to change that. Any other comments on this item?
No, I move approval of this item.
And Ms. McElhaney, do you have a question before we go to that?
I was just pointing out that it does say that it will be presented to the council for ratification, so.
Okay, we'll leave it in there. You're okay with that, obviously?
Yeah,
If that's the legal language that's in the resolution?
Basically, I asked our city attorney, I said, hey, what would let me sign the contracts to get us, and this is what we got, so that's
All right.
perfect with me.
I heard a motion to approve from Mr. Schaefer, I believe. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Second from Mr. Smith. Okay, we have motion and second on the floor. Any further discussion needed? Seeing none, all those in favor of the item 10.3 regarding this resolution, as discussed, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much, Mr. Woods. We appreciate that, and we'll move to item 10.4. Ms. Smith.
You ready?
Ms. Smith will cover this one. It's a presentation, discussion, possible action regarding the appointment of a zoning board of adjustments board chair.
Yes, our previous chair has resigned, and we need y'all to appoint another chair.
Okay, thank you very much. I think Mr. Wright has a motion he would like to make.
Yes, I, William Wright, would like to make a motion to appoint Justin Collins as the chair.
I'll
Okay.
second.
Who seconded? Okay, second from Mr. Smith. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We've taken care of item 10.4. Thank you. Ms. Smith, you will communicate with the appropriate department head and the individual, right?
Yes, sir, I will.
Thank you very much. We move on to item 11, which is items of community interest and council calendar. I haven't reviewed my ideas on this, so I don't have any, but community interest or council calendar.
Community interest?
That's what it says, item 11. Anything
I
with community
would,
interest,
I
not-
would like to strongly encourage my council colleagues to help support our parks, our beautiful parks that we're about to build. Your College Station Parks Foundation will be having their first annual fundraiser this coming Sunday. Concert, free concert. We hope everybody can attend. Whole mission is just to support the parks. Beautiful.
Where and what time?
Lick Creek Park at 3 p.m.
3 p.m. at Lick Creek Park.
Yes, sir.
Lick Creek Park's a big place.
It's a big place. We
Are you
want to
gonna do it right at
fill it
the-
up.
Are you going to do it at the
Wolfpen Creek.
Oh, Wolfpen, what did I say, Lick Creek? Yeah, Wolfpen, Wolfpen Creek.
I'm glad I.
I would also encourage people to visit
Creek,
Lick
I know.
Creek,
I
but
said Lick Creek last.
Yeah,
last
you
week.
did.
I
Yeah, you
did.
did.
Ooh.
Wolfpen
going
Creek
half of
at
those
the,
going there.
at
Wolfpen Creek, I'm
at the
sorry.
amphitheater.
At the amphitheater.
At the
yes.
amphitheater, okay, 3 o'clock Sunday afternoon. I did just,
What day was that, Mayor?
this Sunday.
This coming Sunday at 3 p.m.
Okay, and I just remembered one other thing. The second to the last statue will be unveiled at 10 a.m. Is it 10 a.m. tomorrow, Saturday? 10 a.m. Saturday morning at the Brazos Valley Veterans Memorial, Lynn Stewart Walk. And they'll be unveiling the, I think it's the, I don't.
Mexican border service.
Mexican border, but there's another word in front of it that is, I'm sure, since Steve Beachy wrote that, it's absolutely correct. It has a descriptor in front of it. But yeah, it's a Mexican-American War from 1919. And there's only one other site to be completed. This is something that the city council has included some contribution to in its budget. So everybody's welcome Saturday morning at 10 a.m.
Mayor, just to be clear, Mayor,
Yes.
just to be clear, it's 10:30.
10:30 a.m. The gentleman down here has his cell phone and calendar out, so
It's the Mexican Border Service.
there's still a word in front of it that is something about a, I don't remember the word, but it's kind of an interesting word in front of it. But that's good. We don't need to know any more about that. At 10:30 a.m. at the Lynn Stewart Walkway in Brazos Valley Memorial at the Veterans Memorial Park.
Are you bowling Saturday?
Anything else on the community interest calendar? You do have the council calendar, and actually, that's right on here, isn't it? So, any other items that anybody wants to talk about?
I'd like to bring your attention to our legislative engagement committee.
You're going on to committees?
Oh,
so-
yeah, I mean,
Okay.
I thought we were going to
We'll-
committees.
We'll move on, if I didn't hear anything more. Item 12, council reports on committees, boards, and commissions.
Okay.
Mr. White?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With all due respect, at the conversation we just had about the economic development plan, my philosophy is a little bit different. I'm going to try to be 100% transparent and give y'all as much in time to review our legislative platform. I think it's very important. We will have a meeting next week. Committee will have a meeting next week. We will begin developing that platform. We're going to try to get that to you by the end of March, maybe the first part of April, and have y'all review it, give us comments back, and hopefully approve it early part of the summer. So we want y'all's input definitely in this process. We've met. Things are going well. Education is going to be one of the big components that the committee will have. Y'all will be seeing a modification to our website that will have a lot of legislative information on there. We will be using an AI tracking system to help us track bills. So we're going to very much be involved in the legislative process this coming year. We want everybody to be a part of it. Please provide us feedback whenever you get our initial legislative platform. But the more people we have to review that, the better our outcome will be. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Any other committee reports that are available from members of council?
We had an intergovernmental committee meeting at the BVCOG. Ms. Terry Clouda, the new executive director, welcome her to the job. And they talked about the numerous moving parts to our Council of Governments. And for me, it was very informative. It's an $80 million annualized organization, covers 7 counties. It was very educational. Thank you, Mayor.
And I'd invite other council members to attend the IGC meetings. They're once a month, I believe. Third Monday of the month.
And there's a free lunch in it, too.
Free lunch, yes. So somebody buying the lunch, either the city, one of the 2 cities buying the lunch. Anyway, thank you. Any other comments? All right, we're moving on to item 13, which is future agenda items for review or review of standing list. The standing list is here. Keep in mind the next meeting of this group is the 26th because we canceled the meeting on the 12th because it's during spring break. But on March 26th, we have a couple of items pending that we will consider. Looks like Ross will have completed his editing of our strategic plan and present that to us, and something about the financial reports. Anything else? No other future agenda items? Then we stand adjourned. Thank you very much. Thank you for staying with us.